may do so at mountainview.registar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for an item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers. Any emails and voicemail messages received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. and prior to the close of the public comment period for the agenda item will be read into the record by the City Clerk, and any voicemail messages received will be played by the City Clerk. Now I will ask the City Clerk to proceed with roll call.
Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister?
Finally, I got there.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Mayor Abikoga?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will go on to the study session item 3.1, proposed fiscal year 2020 and 21 capital improvement program. And we have a staff presentation. Is it Ms. Cameron? You know, start us off.
So, the presentation. I am planning to give the presentation, but I see that the host has disabled my screen sharing. Apologies. There we go. Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor. Do we have the screen, the presentation? Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the Council. Mike Fuller, Assistant City Manager, will be presenting this evening, and Don Cameron, Public Works Director, and I will be answering questions. We are here this evening to discuss next year's capital improvement program. Now, we have 3 topics this evening. The middle bullet is the normal topic, which is the projects for next year. And then the first bullet is related to a topic that came up during discussion of the Sustainability Action Plan, but is related to the CIP. And finally, the final bullet is related to business license tax revenue, which is also relevant to the CIP, and I will go through each topic briefly. The Sustainability Action Plan 4 was approved by Council in October 2019 and included a recommendation to add 3 limited period positions funded from the Capital Improvement Program to add capacity to accelerate delivery of key pedestrian and bicycle projects. Now, after careful consideration, staff recommends against adding these positions, and 2 of the key reasons include with the current unprecedented workload related to capital projects, management support for such positions is already stretched beyond what is needed to maintain quality and timeliness of projects. And also with the financial uncertainty related to the impact of COVID-19, staff recommends against adding additional positions at this time. Now, there are 33 non-discretionary and 23 discretionary projects in the proposed CIP for next year. Staff recommended modifications to some of the projects scheduled to roll forward from year 2 of last year's 5-year plan, a few new projects, and deferral of several others. I'm not planning to go through all of the projects, but 2 of the modifications are related to street resurfacing, which I will discuss in just a moment. Now, I know there's been some discussion of paring back the CIP to free up funding for activities related to COVID-19, so I wanted to add some context for that discussion. The vast majority of the funding sources in the CIP are dedicated to capital improvements and cannot be used for other purposes. The major exception is the CIP Reserve Fund, which is from carryover funding from the General Operating Fund. Now, there is no general fund carryover from the current fiscal year programmed in the recommendations for next year's CIP. There is, however, some CIP reserve funding that was carried over from the 2018-19 fiscal year in some of the projects for next year. Next year will also be Council's opportunity to consider the full 5-year plan, which may be a better time to consider funding changes. Now, we'd be certainly happy to answer additional questions about this topic if Council wishes. There's one change since publication of the staff report. Staff is recommending a modification to the Community Development Department Office Improvements and Permit Center study. So while improvements are still needed, the actions needed to deal with COVID-19 have caused staff to reconsider some of the improvements both in community development and other locations in City Hall. To give some added flexibility, staff recommends the same funding, but broadening the scope of the project to City Hall in general. Now back to street maintenance. Measure B and SB1 have provided substantial additional funding for annual street maintenance. And this graph shows the funding in the annual street maintenance capital projects. It does not include overlays and other improvements included as part of other capital projects and private development. As you can see, annual funding has increased from approximately $2 million per year to what is projected to be nearly $6 million. The economic effects of COVID-19 will likely affect these projections, but annual funding will still be well above its historic levels. Now, this comes at a good time because the city's pavement condition index has dropped substantially the past few years. The process for determining the PCI is pretty subjective, so changes in the number from one year to the next are not a precise indication of pavement condition. The trend is definitely downward in the last few years, though. The good news is that we have additional Measure B and SB1 funding, and we also have quite a bit of investment from other capital projects and private development. Significant examples include the Shoreline Boulevard Transit Lane, which will overlay Shoreline Boulevard from Middlefield to Pear, and Google's Charleston East development, which has pavement treatment on all 3 existing frontages. Now, the 5-year projection shows that we are on track to resume an upward trend in our pavement condition index. So the final major topic is transportation funding from the business license tax. In 2018, Council directed that 80% of the revenue be for transportation. Through the recent shuttle study, staff identified the anticipated needs of operating the shuttle system, which is approximately 2/3 of the funding allocated to transportation. Staff recommends that the remaining 1/3 be allocated to transportation capital funding and seeks Council direction on that allocation. So we have a question for Council for each of the 3 major topics. And then with Council direction this evening, staff will prepare a proposed capital improvement program for consideration with the operating budget in June. And that concludes staff presentation. Don Cameron and I would be happy to answer your questions.
Great, thank you. Since this is a study session, we will actually start off with public comments. And I'll start with our attendees. Are there any members participating who would like to talk? There's a raise hand button at the bottom of your screen in the box, the participant box. If you see that and you'd like to speak, please go ahead and click that. I see Cliff Chambers, so I will unmute you. You should be able to speak.
All right, thank you very much. This is Cliff Chambers, resident of Mountain View, and happy Earth Day Eve. So the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning submitted a letter, and I won't really repeat the points that we made in the letter. I'd just like to make a few very brief personal points. In the staff report, there were $75,000 for the MV workforce telecommuting, and we've all been telecommuting, and it really has been an overall effective TDM strategy. And while most people are going to be more than happy to get back to work face-to-face, this COVID-19 crisis has really shown, I think, that telecommuting can really be a huge traffic mitigation benefit, and I think in terms of reallocating some funds, I would like to see potentially looking at how we can, for those who can telecommute, I think if we can improve some of the telecommuting infrastructure and encourage more companies to continue that some level of telecommuting, it would be a huge benefit. Only 10% reduction in traffic that can solve some of the peak period problems. Given increased bicycle pedestrian use during COVID-19, really would like to see more of an expansion of the bicycle pedestrian improvements in the capital budgets. I do applaud staff. There's a long list, very good list for that. But in terms of looking at the use of the business license tax over the next 2 years, since Google is currently financially supporting the community shuttle, perhaps we could put some more effort into that. And what I particularly would like, in the general plan we had the village centers, and I would really like to see improved bicycle pedestrian access to the pedestrian center, because I've really noticed a tremendous amount of walking, and I think there's some definite improvements that need to be made. Finally, I'd really like to see some additional streetscape improvements with wider sidewalks and more tree canopies. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And we'll go on. I have Louise Katz. I will unmute you. Welcome. Please go ahead. And I forgot to mention, I'm sorry, your time is 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Livable Mountain View, we have submitted a letter to the City Council explaining that regarding item 4.5 on the consent calendar, what we feel as extremely important deficiencies in the proposal to augment the existing plan for what the engineers will be doing for our transit center. As you know, the transit center is the most important project that we have ongoing, in addition to the issues of Castro Street and downtown preservation. And we, again, I will not repeat what's in the letter, but I would like to point out that having the changes that they propose done by engineers and not the architects and designers that we understood would be part of the process at a later date, brings to the question exactly how much date, and then why would we even want to do it that way? Why would we change what these people would be spending time and money doing now? The staff responses that I read shows that the problems are very important to be considered. They explain that modification to Castro Street should just be pursued as a separate project, and that there will be public input as to the mall feasibility, but yet no public input as to how it's going to interface with the plaza, particularly the changes and the decisions that will be made by the engineers if this proposal goes through. This, again, makes simply no sense. You can't just step off the curb from downtown and then be in a completely different world that has no coordination and no connection. I'd like to remind the council that the 2017 Transit Center plan actually says that there is supposed to be coordination between Castro Street and the public plaza and the Transit Center for it to be a vibrant public space. The example being the portals, which I understand to be separate stairs and entrances to the tunnel. Why would we have an engineer decide where to put this important piece of the plaza when we don't yet have a plan or a vision as to how the plaza will be used? We could end up with a stairway in the middle of where there should be the farmer's market or performance space or festival space. Again, we're doing it backwards. Same thing with the tunnel walls and decorations. We have no concepts, no design choices, and instead they intend to choose materials. So basically, again, we're doing this backwards. And finally, the construction and staging focuses solely on bikes and pedestrians, which of course is important, but completely ignores the impact on downtown businesses and seems to purposely preclude input from the public and the business stakeholders. So we would very much appreciate if the council will take action to ensure that we have coordination, that there is public input, and that these items by the engineers that should not be part of the engineering plan are in fact within the purview of architects and designers, as has been represented to us.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? I don't have anyone in my attendee box. City Clerk, do we have any other members of the public?
No voicemails, no emails, and no additional, let me just confirm. I am not seeing an attendee who signed up earlier, so no, that's all we have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Then I will close public comment and bring it back to the council. Or why don't we go ahead with questions first, and then we'll answer the 3 questions from staff. So I have Councilmember McAllister. Please unmute yourself.
Unmute myself, thank you. So I was looking at the thing, and I was looking at the volleyball court, the sand volleyball court. What exactly is gets you $430,000, $35,000?
I think I'm going to see if John Marchand is on the line to talk about the scope of that project.
I do not believe that Mr. Marchand's on the line right now.
Okay. Then my other question is on the capital. So we're going to use part of the money, the business license tax, for transportation purposes. Could we considering upgrading our infrastructure like fiber or improving the control boxes considered a project that we could say is a transportation project? Especially fiber, because in the long term it will allow vehicles to connect. And if we start the projects now early, that when the technology gets there, we'll be able to utilize it. So is that a potential use of the tax revenue when you're talking about transportation projects?
Yeah, I believe it is if it's related to our transportation and traffic control systems. I'm going to invite Dawn Cameron to see if she has any additional thoughts on the previous discussions on what transportation projects would be included with that funding, though.
At this time, one of the reasons we're putting this question to council is to prepare us for next year's 5-year plan as we start to allocate that funding over the next 5 years. So if the council wants to include fiber as an eligible project for the business tax, it is something you could let us know, and we could work it into consideration for the 5-year plan. Mike is correct. In order to implement our traffic operations center, one of the key things that we are going to need is to improve our communication from our signals to the new traffic operations center, which still needs to be funded and built. And the key way that you create that communication is through fiber.
So following up on our communications, traffic communication center, what's the status of that right now?
We're currently working on the traffic operations center feasibility study, which will outline what the key needs would be for setting up a center and what some of its key functions would include. And it will help us define the next step, including how much funding would be needed to proceed into design and eventually construction.
So if we're looking forward, would some of that money be, the business tax money be available or should be allocated towards getting that up and running?
It could be, and something to be considered in next year's 5-year plan.
Okay. But you're looking for next year for this discretionary 1/3 then, for now?
The discretionary 1/3 is really a future need. As you may recall, the business license tax is being phased in over 3 years, and it will be 2022 before we receive the full estimated annual revenue from that. And that's one of the reasons that we're asking this question now, because the next 5-year CIP covers fiscal year 2022 plus 5 years. So, again, if that's an area of interest for using the business license tax. We'll certainly explore that and bring it forward for discussion as part of next year's 5-year CIP.
On the PCI, there was a chart that it said we would have to spend $30 million to get us up to the 70% PCI, or score of 70. Did I see that correctly? And
Yes.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yes, that was in the council Q&A.
okay, so
Actually, sorry, the $30 million, Mike, was a 5-point increase. It wouldn't quite get you to 70. It would allow a steady increase over the next 5 years. I believe that's what was shown.
is it possible you could put the screen up? That slide, Owen?
Mike, can you screen share?
Yeah.
Well, my question is because there is okay. So is that $30 million over 5 years?
Yes.
Yes.
That's a 5-year number.
Yes.
Okay, so isn't there an advantage to the city if we get to that number, to the PCI number of 70 or above, gives us more discretionary use of the dollars that we get for roads? Is that criteria still true?
That is true for the Measure B sales tax funds that we get each year for local streets and road purposes. If a city has a PCI of 70 or over, the city may choose to use it for other types of transportation projects.
So right now so is there any incentive for us to try to get to that so that we can use those funds other places than wait 5 years?
I don't know if there's an incentive in order to try to use those funds for another purpose. I do know that there's incentive for us to apply those funds to improving our pavement conditions because we really need to improve our pavement conditions. And once we hit 70 PCI, which will take more than 5 years, even with a good investment, it takes a while. And it might take 6 or 7 years if we have a really steady, good investment. At that time, there would be a policy question with the City Council. Do you want to use the Measure B funds for something other than pavement?
And it could be that just maintaining that level of PCI requires all of that funding, and I suspect that would likely be the case. Even if we were there, it would probably take that kind of continued investment to keep us there.
Okay, well, thank you. Because what I meant incentive was incentive to get our PCI up to 70 sooner than later. That's what I meant, so that we could use the money for other purposes. But this is, so will we, so is this an aggressive timeline, or what's predictable, or what we could expect, or how do you define that?
I think it's a realistic timeline, honestly. Applying those dollars to the street system is complicated, especially when there's a lot of development going on. There are utility projects going on, there are private developments, and often we have to wait to do a street we want to do because there are other things planned for that street, and we don't want to be cutting pavement shortly thereafter. So realistically, there's only a certain amount we can do any given year, even if the funding's available. And so I think this is a realistic pace. Funding aside, I think just the reality of getting that money on the ground does take some time, and I think this is realistic.
So isn't there other money other than Measure B? Wasn't there SB1 money also available?
There's SB1, there's Measure B, and then we have some of our own city funding in these projects as well.
So with those three funds, is this funding achievable?
This funding is achievable, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I did see Mr. Marchant is back online with us.
I am. Here I am.
Okay. John, could you give us what's happening with the sand volleyball court at Sylvan for $435,000? What's entailed? So the construction cost is actually just for the sand volleyball court. The overall cost of the project has increased over the last year and a half that we started looking at this program. And everything from the construction costs themselves to the administrative costs have led to the increased cost in this project. So to put it in my own words, it's just for the sand volleyball court. No other improvements will be done to the park. We were looking at adding some benches as part of that project, but that is pretty much it, yes. Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. In attachment 2, I forgot to send this one in, sorry, on page, well, I guess it would be page 2, project 20-38, which is the shoreline at 101 ped bike overcrossing construction. Mm-hmm. And that's listed as being active in this fiscal year for $20 million. Should that be pushed out? Or is that just a reservation of funding for that?
We're still in the design process on that, and I think design has taken a little longer than we initially anticipated. So we don't need that funding in the current fiscal year. I'm hopeful we'll need it next year. But we did fund it for last year, thinking that we would possibly be at the end of design by this time.
Is that still a good number? 20 million, do you think?
I believe that it is. We're not done with design. We will have more accurate estimates, but I don't believe I've heard anything that is a bad number.
We haven't seen yet, but you do have a study session on preliminary design concepts for the bridge next Tuesday.
Oh.
As design is further developed, we'll be able to refine the construction cost numbers.
Okay. And then the other question, I took the 2 maps we were given, and took the streets where there are improvements being made and combined that with the streets by PCI. And there's a lot of improvements happening to streets where the PCI is actually pretty good. So I guess I'm wondering, am I reading that correctly or not?
We don't always do all of the worst streets every year. There's a certain level of funding. We do a lot of what we call slurry seal, which is not a full 1.5-inch pavement overlay. But when a street gets to a certain condition, a slurry seal is a really cost-effective way to extend the life of that street. So we don't wait for, say, like the Fairchild condition. I mean, once it gets to that condition, it needs to be rebuilt, and often you just let a street go for a while longer. But a lot of times we'll do slurry seal over streets that are not too bad yet, but it's a really cost-effective way to not have them completely fail. And so there's a combination of better and worse streets that we'll do any given year.
There's also this very well-known chart that we can provide that shows what happens with the street in terms of its pavement life. And at some point, if you let it deteriorate too far, in order to repair and rehab it, will cost you $5 for every, instead of a single dollar that you would add to spit to slurry seal or do preventive maintenance before it deteriorated to that level. So it's always advisable to do what you can to do preventive maintenance on your roads that are in good condition and not let them deteriorate too far, because it's a cost just escalates tremendously to try to bring them back into good condition. And that's what Mike meant by you want to do a balance of making sure you're putting money into preventive maintenance as well as work on reconstruction and the streets that need major rehabilitation.
Okay, so the streets that are categorized as having improvements in general are getting slurry sealed. Is that what you're saying?
Not all of them. Some of them are getting a full overlay. I believe Middlefield is an example of that, and that's 1.5 inches of asphalt. So we'll grind at the edges so that you don't have a lip at the gutter, and then do 1.5 inches overlay. And then a slurry seal is it's almost like an asphalt paint job. It's really thin, but it helps keep the moisture out and keeps the pavement from oxidizing. And then some, like Fairchild, are actually a full reconstruction. We dig out the asphalt, we dig out the base rock underneath, and it's more than an overlay. It's actually more of a replacement. So there are 3 different levels of those.
Okay. That's it, the questions. Thanks.
We'll go to Councilmember Hicks next. Councilmember Hicks, did you have questions?
Yes, I was just unmuting myself. So I have 2 small questions and then 1 larger one. Small question, one of the small questions is the Rangsdorf Park maintenance and tennis building replacement. I'm wondering whether there's a way of putting either when you go out to get the selection for the architect or designer, whether there's a way to get either to coordinate it with the current buildings there, either the pool building or the community center. Is there a way to either put that in the RFP or to put those architects on the RFP list without, I imagine that would not change the budget. So is that something that would be doable, some sort of coordination, design coordination, without raising the cost of the project?
Yeah, we can certainly coordinate the design. I mean, they both share the park. So in terms of architecture and you know, the user experience in the park in terms of both buildings, we certainly coordinate that no matter who the designer is. And often, if we have another project close by that somebody is working on, they will propose on another project, and I think that's probably likely here. The designer for the aquatic center could certainly propose on the building.
Okay, great. So, and you can also put them on the list to contact.
Sure.
Then they can turn you down if they want to. But.
Sure.
Okay. So that's one question. The second small question is the CDD improvements, Community Development Department. I'm wondering if it would raise the price of this project to look at both on and off-site locations. Is that something that's doable?
Dawn, I think you've had some conversations about that.
Yes. We initially would look at what we can do in City Hall, but if we do find that either for our short-term needs to do more social distancing for COVID-19 and or for the longer term to meet our space requirements for our staffing needs in City Hall, if we find that we are going to need additional space, as part of this study or just in general as part of our own process, we will look at options for additional space near City Hall. And that could include the Wells Fargo site next to us, but also other sites. And this would be something we'd bring back to council for discussion at the appropriate time.
Okay, because I'm interested in both on and off-site exploration. And then my bigger question and my main question is that, as you all have probably noticed, we've undergone massive changes in the way people are getting around or not getting around lately, impacting a lot of, because of the pandemic, impacting the way a lot of a lot of the items on this list will be used, so our streets are being used differently, our mass transit, etc. And I'm imagining that that's going to go on. Some of that will continue to go on over, the coming months and year or two, and some of it, such as the telecommunication, which a member of the public raised, may working from home, that may go on for decades, which in many ways would be a good thing, because one of the aims of many of the things on our agenda tonight is to cut our carbon footprint. And really, of all the things, we can spend millions and billions of dollars trying to do that, but really this pandemic has done probably more than all the for better or for worse, better than many of the projects that we've spent a lot of money on. So my question, given what's going on with the pandemic, is, and there are other ways that are many of the items in our capital improvement projects have been affected too. So, for instance, our sidewalks and streets are being used in many ways as public parks, as linear parks or greenways. And, many cities are closing or slowing traffic on streets or closing them down temporarily. I'm wondering, in both the short and long term, what ideas you might have for modifying our capital improvements projects to better address some of the changes we're facing. And in particular, I'm looking at the business license tax. I'm feeling like spending it on the shuttle may not be the optimal use, but I'm interested in your comments altogether on uses that respond to the changing way that we use our streets and other facilities in this list of projects.
Well, you're right. It's a big topic. These are also early days to see how much what the lessons we're learning from COVID-19 and telecommuting and how that's affecting things will stick with us in terms of future travel behavior. And we won't know that till we come out of shelter in place and things start to return back to normal, how much employers and so on will start embracing telecommute for their employees and how that might affect travel behavior. But one of the things also we do need to remember is that it's the professionals that can telecommute. Our service workers, our people that are manufacturing things, people that, they need to come to a place to actually do their work are still going to have travel needs. And many times it's our service workers, for instance, that are most dependent upon transit and something like the shuttle. We can certainly look through our CIP, especially for the 5-year one. I'd recommend focusing on this more for the 5-year one in terms of where we're recommending putting the funding related to transportation purposes. But I do know that most of our money is going to things like bicycle improvements, pedestrian improvements, and they really are designed to provide alternatives to the automobile, which are still going to be needed. But again, it is definitely something that we can explore as part of preparing the 5-year CIP, by which time I think we'll also have a better idea of what's sticking in terms of new travel behaviors based upon all of it.
Yeah, so thank you. I would really encourage that, and not only what's sticking, but I very much appreciate your comment on the difference between professionals and people who can work from home and people who cannot. At the same time, I hope we can look at encouraging some of those things that we're seeing people become, more capable of, such as working from home. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to ask questions, council members? I don't see any other hands. I had a couple questions, but I also wanted to respond to Councilmember Hicks. I've also been seeing everyone sees the change in traffic and traffic congestion, and We actually looked at it from a air quality perspective last week at our air district meeting, and there's been about a 30% reduction in carbon emissions in the Bay Area as a result. And so there was a conversation about, how do we keep this going? And I think it's actually a bigger discussion, not just about capital improvement projects, but I've been thinking about how do we incentivize, or at some point maybe we need to have a conversation with some of our major employers, and how do we incentivize them, or in other ways promote maybe not having to build so many office buildings too, and encouraging telecommuting so that we can also cut down on traffic congestion and therefore carbon emissions and improve our air quality. So I think it's a bigger conversation, and we're trying to figure out how we can have that conversation. So there should be more coming on that topic. My two questions. And then the other thing about the shuttle, I actually think it's more important to have the shuttle because I'm not sure what the state of transit will be when we come out of this. I'm hearing a 98% drop in usage, and so VTA was already hurting. I don't know how things are going to be. I hear the same with Muni even in San Francisco. So transit's going to probably be sparse, and so whatever we can do to encourage it in Mountain View, I think, would be more important. But my questions, just a couple of things I saw on the list of bike ped projects. The Bonnie Beatrice landscaping project, I know that's been on since 2011, going on to year 10. There was no schedule, and I was just wondering, we've gotten approval from the SAP-4 I believe. Can we move forward on that project?
I believe we can. And John, is community services staff going to do that improvement?
I think we need to work with Dawn and her group as a collaborative to look at that project. But yes, between the Public Works and CSD, we're working on that.
Great. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to see that completed, hopefully sooner than later, since we're going on year 10. I know the PUC was the big issue there. But, and then with this Stevens Creek Trail, I had a conversation with the mayor of Sunnyvale, and he had expressed, we were talking about the joint funding for the next phase, and he had expressed that there were some concerns from Sunnyvale folks about what the next, I don't know if it's necessarily what the next phase is. It says here it's the phase from Dale, Heatherstone to Remington, but they also saw that there's an eventual return back to, I think it's the high school, Mountain View High School, and they, I guess they had, at least he shared with me that they had reservations about, or questions about why we have that piece coming, if they're going to allow it to continue through Sunnyvale, which in the very original version of the trail was that it would continue on, but we had created that last piece back to the high school because at that time Sunnyvale was not allowing the trail to continue. So they're questioning why we need that any longer, which would be my question too, because I remember the original project. So could you clarify that? Or I don't know if we need to have a conversation with Sunnyvale folks about that, and then bring it back to us too to decide what to do with that last piece.
Yes, we can follow up further with Sunnyvale on that. The status right now is we jointly with Sunnyvale applied for the Bike Ped competitive grant earlier this week, submitted, and it's going to be a key conversation if we are successful in getting the grant funds. If we are not, we first have to find money to go forward. But yes, we can certainly discuss. Right now the plans are to construct the bridge to connect into the high school.
Okay, yes. So they expressed reservations and helping to fund the project if that's happening. They want it to continue through Sunnyvale. So, I guess if we could have that discussion at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then finally, I know we have this on our PAL, our long-term agenda list, but the police and fire admin building, where would that be scheduled?
You mean in terms of the next phase?
Yes.
Now, we do have the study funded and underway. So I don't think we have it yet in the 5 year. I think it's unscheduled because of the amount of money that might be needed. Is that right, Mike?
Yeah, currently, I believe we have the design funded, and there's a lot of uncertainty about the cost of the final project because we're looking at several different alternatives for design, and so I don't believe we have construction budgeted yet. But we're proceeding with the preliminary design, and we'll be bringing alternatives to council for consideration. And then we'll have to work on a funding plan. For instance, if it's a brand new building, it's going to be more costly than a remodel, and so we haven't plugged in a construction number yet. But we are actively working on the project.
Great. Thank you. I have Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I was going to provide input if that's okay. Okay, thank you. So I agree with all of the staff recommendations. I think question one and question two. My impression is you've spent a great deal of time thinking about sort of the success and awareness of all these projects and potential modifications that we might have to make down the road, depending on the impact of the pandemic. So some of these things can be assessed, dynamically and may need to be revisited. But I'm comfortable proceeding with everything that you've recommended here. And then I appreciate. I asked a handful of questions related to maintenance, and I appreciate all of the responses that you had provided, and also Councilmember Matichek's question of sort of how we go about prioritizing the streets. I asked the question about whether it might make sense to prioritize high volume streets, and it may be something that we might have to revisit again, depending on how severe the economic impact of the pandemic ends up being. And I don't know if that would require a longer council conversation, but precisely because, as I think you had explained, there's savings associated with sort of maintaining streets rather than waiting until a street has received a failed condition. If it comes down to it, if we do have to prioritize the major arterial streets would be where we need to focus our resources. So I'm glad we don't have to make that decision today. It's something that I've been thinking about. And then finally, I'm okay with allocating balance of the business license tax revenues to transportation projects. I do wonder how much revenue you will realistically be able to count on. And again, I think that's something that we might also want to continuously assess, because there may be high priority things that come up where we, to the extent there is revenue that we could use for other things, it's general fund revenue, and we may want to use that for purposes other than transportation. But just high-level direction right now, I'm comfortable with reserving revenue for additional transportation. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was actually just going to ask if we could go through the three questions one at a time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. And then if you have comments, please. Question one, does City Council support not adding limited period resources and focusing on the bike ped project completion? I don't know, do I need to do a roll call on these, City Clerk, or can I just get a show of hands? Yes, okay. So all those who support staff recommendation on question 1, could you please show of hands? 1, 2, 3. So that 2, 7, 0. Councilmember McDonald, do you have a comment, or you're just raising your hand? Okay. Great. So question 2, does council support the rollover projects on attachment 3 and 4? Any comments on this first? Councilmember Medichek?
Thank you. So I appreciate all the thought that went into this, and I know we're juggling a lot of projects here. I am concerned that I guess I'd like to see more focus on maintaining the infrastructure that we have than building new infrastructure. I have certainly received a lot of input from the public, our residents, visitors to Mountain View, and they're mostly around the condition of the roads. And so I would like to see more investment in improving our PCI, not just by raising it 5 points in 5 years. I'd like to see it get to at least 70 in 5 years, if that's possible. And I recognize that could potentially have an impact on other projects we have, and it's a heroic effort. But I feel like we have maybe, we've had so much going on in terms of, I think, use of our roads that perhaps it's had an impact on the quality. And I also, want folks to recognize that not all roads in Mountain View are the city's responsibility. The one I get the most comments about is certainly El Camino Real, and I appreciate when staff sends a letter to Caltrans to say, we surveyed El Camino, here's all the potholes that need to be fixed. And every once in a while, I know we fill some of those because they're so bad, and they have a negative impact on the vehicles going over them. So I appreciate that. But I would like to see more emphasis on the roads to improve the condition. I also, let's see, that's probably question number 3. So I did see some candidates for things that I think I would push to another year to try to find more funding in this year for improving the condition of the roads. And I want to also acknowledge that the roads are used by not just vehicles, but it's even more challenging if you're on a bicycle and you hit a pothole than if you're in a car hitting a pothole. And as we build out more bike infrastructure, we also need to improve the roads for the bicycles. But I would say new projects. Councilmember Callister was asking about the sand volleyball court. I think that could be pushed a couple of years. I also think updates to plans, the pedestrian master plan. I don't see any urgency. If that was pushed a year or two, I don't think that would be a huge problem. I would like to kind of go back and focus on the resources we already have in place in our city and make sure we're maintaining those.
If I could provide a comment. The sand volleyball court, I believe, is parkland funding. And so that's one of those projects that funding is dedicated for that purpose and can't really be used for roads. The pedestrian master plan, I believe, is CIP reserve, and it can. So that's the kind of fine grain analysis we'd have to do. Generally speaking, the water, the wastewater, and the parkland projects are funded with dedicated resources that couldn't be used for roads, but others can. So
okay,
we have to run it through that filter.
Yep, got it. Thank you. That was it for my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, thanks. So going back to the PCI,
and my theme of construction or putting infrastructure in there. Has there been any thought of coordinating the paving with putting in the fiber or whatever technology? Can that be done at the same time? I know when projects come along and there's a stretch of road, we ask the developer to put in an extra conduit to run things. But have we gotten to the point where we're saying, hey, we're going to do all this PCI, now's the time to also put infrastructure in there, dig a trench and put the conduit in there?
Honestly, we do that for the utilities that we know, like the water and the sewer. We don't have really a fiber master plan where we could say, okay, we're planning on fiber on this street, and so let's do it in advance of the paving project. I think our traffic technology center may inform some fiber that we want to do from certain points to other points, and I think we will use that going forward, and we're pretty close to having that, and we would definitely do that. The other option we have, sometimes you can do communication wirelessly more and more now, and I think we would try and maximize that to the extent we can. But unfortunately, we don't have a good fiber master plan, but I think in terms of transportation, we're working on that with the Traffic Operations Center.
Now that you brought up the master plan for fiber, is that something staff has ever thought about? Or I hadn't thought about that before, but is that something that would be in our comprehensive modal study, or how would that come about?
I think in terms of our own transportation infrastructure, it would be the Traffic Operations Center, and we are working on that. We've thought about this over the years, and we've found the fiber world is so dynamic, and there are so many different firms out there putting it in and changing the way they do things and changing their infrastructure needs. We've never really put such a thing together. We've kind of let the fiber providers go out and populate the city with conduit. But again, for our own infrastructure, we are working on that for transportation.
And then a question for Mr. Marchant. Sir, for the sand volleyball court, and Mike said that we have a dedicated park fee. Are there other projects that could use $435,000 that would be used more broadly throughout the community?
We have a number of park projects going on currently, and you can see that in the list. So it's not a matter of needing those funds immediately, but those funds could be used for future projects in the community. So all of our projects currently are funded, and so this would be available funding to assist future projects if it's not used toward a sand volleyball court.
Okay. As we go through and look at that, I would prefer reallocating the sand volleyball court and using that money for other particular items that would be more fully utilized throughout the city or particular locations. But I think it's if there's a group that wants to work towards it, or in a new park when it's initially put in, but I think it would be wiser to use that money elsewhere. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Hicks.
Sorry, it takes me a moment to unmute. So I would like, as the pedestrian master plan has been mentioned, I have a vague idea of what that is, but I'd like a little more detail because I think I'm probably not wanting to postpone that. But give me a little more detail on what it involves and let me think about it.
So we currently have a pedestrian master plan, I think from like 2014 or something like that. And it's somewhat out of date, and it doesn't really list projects and improvements that we would like to see in the city in a very useful way as we look at our future CIP, as well as what we may be able to condition developers to do that isn't strictly along their frontage and how we look at this. Although the comprehensive modal plan is looking at all modes, it's not getting down to the fine-grained level of identifying where we would like to see pedestrian improvements. It sets the stage for that. For instance, it's conducting what's called a pedestrian quality of service. I think I've got that term right. For areas around transit centers and key pedestrian demand areas, we can start to see what some of those future needs are. The pedestrian master plan then would take it to the next level and more finely define key pedestrian projects that we feel we need and how we want to approach pedestrian needs. Now, having said that, which we do believe it needs to be done and could be very useful in soliciting grant funds and planning our CIP and so on, if it gets deferred a year, that could work out fine for us. We are still short-staffed in transportation planning. We still have some vacancies. If it's funded in next fiscal year, we try to get it started before the end of the fiscal year, but we know we wouldn't be able to get it started much before that. So if it's deferred a year or so, it probably won't affect our timing of completing the plan that much.
So interesting, because what I'm weighing in my mind is that I feel we put, it feels to me like we put more work into bike paths than into really enhancing our pedestrian environment. It seems like we're right to do that. I often feel like there are missed opportunities with development, to require a little more of developers. And I feel like it would be particularly useful as our small businesses. Often the pedestrian environment really affects the use of small businesses. So I'm feeling like updating that would be particularly advantageous as we try to help our small businesses bounce back after this shelter in place, and also as a previous member of the public had mentioned village centers, really making those work. On the other hand, I could see postponing it for a little while might allow us to see the effects of the pandemic and maybe make those pedestrian improvements even more effective. So I'm actually interested in, what staff and other council members might think about that, because I'm kind of on the fence. I could go either way. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go on to Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, so I'm generally okay with the staff recommendation here in terms of what they're recommending and the roll forward. I like nice pavement as much as anyone, but looking at the current plans, most of the active street improvements and the proposed FY 2021 street improvements include a lot of major roadways that include the bike ped improvements there, and so I just don't think throwing another $10 million at pavement is a good investment right now. I think staff has been very strategic over the years about picking and choosing which streets to do at which time, balancing a whole bunch of different things based on the current pavement condition, planned projects for that area, bike ped improvements, and whether it makes sense to let something like Fairchild go for a while or make an early investment in a key artery so that it doesn't deteriorate to a certain level. And I hear a lot of complaints too, but honestly, most of them are on roadways that we either don't control or that are on the schedule at some point or another, and no one's ever going to be 100% happy. And if you had to make me choose between making bicyclists and pedestrians happy about spending more on CIP on an overpass or a tunnel or something like that, or on the transit center, I'd much rather put the funding there than on just pavement or accelerating street resurfacing. So and that was one of our original goals as a council, was to focus on the bikes and pedestrian experience. So overall, I'm fine with the staff recommendation here. I don't think we really need to tweak anything, and I wouldn't push off the master plan unless staff really feels like they're overtaxed, and because those master plans are what
ultimately inform the things that we ask for when new development projects come in. So when we have those master plans in place, we know sort of exactly what our long-term vision is for a specific area and what our sort of community benefit ask can be of a particular developer.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember, actually, let's go Vice Mayor Kamei.
Sure. I wasn't sure if we were still do the strong motion or not, but it seems like people are giving comments on question 2, so I'll just weigh in. I feel really similarly to Councilmember Clark and Councilmember Ramirez. I think was trying to go in this direction very early on. I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation, and I also actually feel like this coincides with what we'll be discussing later on in the agenda when we talk about SB 743. Moving away from city planning related to putting cars first and instead putting pedestrians first and people first. And so I feel like the recommendations that staff have made related to the CIP coincides with the direction we're trying to go in with the as a jurisdiction, and I think as a state. Mayor, you mentioned trying to reduce our carbon footprint, and I think, investing in projects and infrastructure that move away from being so car-centric is part of how we help do that. So I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation for question 2.
Thank you. And I'm going to jump in before we go second round. I also support staff recommendation. I appreciate the conversation, the discussion we've had. I know over the years the PCI has been an issue, and I remember we were working on in making it a higher number. I didn't realize how much it had dropped in the last few years. But I also remember, if I think I remember correctly, before the 2000, the chart, I think we had some roads that were like in the 50s or 60s, like pretty low. And so over time, as we got funding through, actually it was the Obama Recovery Act, ARA, I think we spent some of that money, and then we had the vehicle registration fee money that came in. We've been able to slowly bring up our PCI over time. So I think that because we have those funding sources, I'm comfortable continuing with that schedule. And I do agree that, in light of what we're going through, my hope is that folks will reconsider transportation modes, and we will go to a more bike and ped-friendly or other the single occupancy vehicle travel. So I think where we are focusing with our projects makes a lot of sense. In regards to the sand volleyball court, the reason why that came up was that you all probably know there is a court at Cuesta Park, but it's gravel or asphalt. It's not a surface that is safe for playing, and so we had members of the public asking us if we can convert that to sand. But as you know, or you probably know, the location has changed and so forth. I think we have facilities for tennis players, golfers, basketball players, pickleball now. So I think I personally know because my daughter plays, but there is quite a large volleyball community out there, and so it's really a safety issue first. But I think that it does warrant us continuing with that project. So I'd like to keep it in. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment about the PCI, the roads. And it's just, I know it's in the background, but if you talk to our community, that one of the constant areas of concerns are our roads. So, when they say housing and roads are always tough, and those are things that we can control. So when we're looking at spending the money, we would be addressing a lot of the concerns. I would say a majority of the city of residents of Mountain View bring up roads quite a bit. And the vice mayor is concerned that if the roads are smooth, it's going to be much more bicycle friendly. We have a lot more. I mean, I look out my window here and I see children, young kids training wheels, all kinds are using the roads a lot more. So it would be nice to have safe. I mean, they're using booster boards, scooters, inline skating. You name the mode, and they're using them. So we are getting a lot of people using the roads, and it would be nice to make it safe for them to go out there. So if we can move it up in future discussions, that roads are improved, I think it would be a great benefit for us. If the roads are improved, then we'll do, you know, I mean, you can go down the list. It's going to make cars maintenance less maintenance on a car, better gas mileage for cars. If you're talking about reducing carbon, cars that have better, the road reduces carbon. You can quiet roads down now. So there's a whole slew of things that as we go forward with it, our community shuttles on the road. I mean, so the TDMs are on there. So again, I'm just advocating that maybe on this budget, but instead of 5 years, if we could try to push it and accelerate a little bit, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Right. So I'm going to. I saw at least 4 who supported staff recommendation as is. I could. It sounds like there's interest in PCI projects, and maybe if we can look at that in the 5-year capital CIP, would that be sufficient for those who mentioned PCI projects? You know, Councilmember McAllister, Councilmember Matichak. Are you supportive of the rollover and then looking at PCI projects for the 5-year project process?
Who's the question for, Dawn?
It's for you and Councilmember Matichak. So, Councilmember Matichak, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I would like to see if we could find a little bit more in the current year. You know, we are trying to reduce the amount of single passenger vehicles out there. We are using our roads for hopefully more transit, the community shuttles. We expand that. So I don't want this to be a focus on you know, cars versus everything else, because lots of things use our roads. And so I would like to see if we could find more resources in the current or the next fiscal year, not just over the next, like in the last year of a 5-year plan. I think it'd be nice to increase every year in the 5-year plan.
How about a 4-year plan?
Can staff come back with some options when we go through this again? We have one more.
Well, we are due to come back in June for you to approve the fiscal year 2021 CIP.
Okay.
Again, in order to put more money next year into paid projects would mean selecting some projects not to fund at this stage. Mm-hmm. And if council wants us to identify possible ones, and again, it has to be a funding source that can be used on road projects, we can certainly do that. We do feel that we have actually a very large investment in our roads next year. It's the highest dollar amount that we put in any single year, because we have a extra Measure B and SB1 funding that's already been collected that's into us. So one of the issues, as Mike mentioned, is that we can only do so much road work in a single year in any case. And we really see the opportunities. Look at it as part of the next 5-year CIP. We have, again, a huge investment already going in next year. And if council wants us to shuffle around year 1, 2, and 3 to put more pavement money in, that is something we can do through the 5-year process.
Well, we did have 4 who were supportive of staff recommendations, so I'll go ahead and move that forward then. And if others want to also support it, that's great, but we did have a majority. So why don't we move on to question number 3 regarding the business license tax and the 1/3 of the budget going to transportation projects. I'll see if I can get a straw vote on this. Those who are in favor of staff recommendation, can you please raise your hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Everyone supports that. Is there anything else on this item? Any other comments? No? Great. Then that will conclude our study session. Thank you very much. And we will move into our regular meeting.
Mayor, you're on mute.
There we go. Sorry about that. So we'll call the regular meeting to order at 6:46. And I have an announcement to read first. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N-29-20 dated March 17, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comment during the public comment period for an item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers. Any emails and voicemail messages received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. and prior to the close of the public comment period for the agenda item will be read into the record by the City Clerk, and any voicemail messages received will be played by the City Clerk. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. Now I'd like to ask the City Clerk to proceed with roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Clark?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak?
Here.
Councilmember McAllister? Councilmember Ramirez?
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Mayor Abikoga?
Here.
All present. Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to item 3. 3.1 is our COVID-19 update by our City Manager, Kimber McCarthy.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm going to share my screen with you. This is the first time I've done it, so let's hope this works. Okay. Can you all see it? Okay, great. So today marks week 5 of shelter in place, and so what I would like to do this evening is give an update from last week's update and provide you with some new information, and also give some updated information that I intend to provide every week. So the first thing that I want to do is provide an update on our Together MV donation portal. So as of yesterday, we have received almost $92,000 in donations, and you can see that number of folks who have contributed has risen considerably. So there's approximately 270 people who've donated to the rent relief fund, and about 239 people who've donated to the business relief fund. And really quickly, receiving information from the Community Services Agency today on the rent relief program. They have received about 1,500 inquiries thus far, and so far they have 180 clients that have received rent relief checks so far for April, and they're moving through as fast as they can. And the average check is $2,085. And I also wanted to provide Council with an update on our operations right now and what we are working on at a staff level to really prepare and think forward and try and be proactive about our recovery efforts when those do happen. And the first thing is that we are continually prioritizing our resources to address any community needs that are arising. And I think you see this now in the sense of staff really adapting on a daily basis to things that are coming up that our community needs, or any urgent projects or priorities that arise. And so we are continuing to address that and think through what that might look like in the future also when recovery does happen. The other thing that we're thinking about right now and trying to be very strategic about is what safety measures we might need to have in our city facilities. So this would include public counters at city facilities, so not only City Hall, but also our library and community services, and also within our own employee workspaces, within our own departments. And so we're working through that right now and trying to think through what those sort of safety measures might look like, which could include plexiglass, which I know most of us have seen, for example, at grocery stores, where there's some sort of social distancing there when you do have to interact with the public. So we are looking at that. We're also identifying supplies that are needed, not only for staff, but also for any members of the public that may have to physically come in, should that be an option once the shelter in place is lifted. So we're looking at things like gloves and masks and making sure that all of our departments and staff have hand sanitizer, and we have it provided everywhere, which we do already now, but we're really trying to identify what those efforts might look like for a longer time period. The other piece of this is one of the things we've talked about is this process, and we're not unlike all cities and all other agencies, frankly, is that we are really refining our current processes and procedures. And this is something that really has been required in light of the rapid changes that take place on a daily basis. And so at a department level, we're really looking at how things are now and how they might be able to look in the future, especially as we move through recovery. And that is going to take a large focus on using technology and innovation to look at how we are doing business. And a large piece of that is looking at how we are serving our customers or our public. So not just looking at the services that are necessarily in place now or before, but if they're being delivered in the best way that's best serving our residents. So that's going to be a key focus for us in our recovery efforts and also in the year and couple of years beyond. And then just as I mentioned, we are still constantly adapting every single day to the changing information. So not only does the information change to the public, but you can imagine it also changes at a staff level in terms of different rules or regulatory considerations that we have to adapt to or enact at a staff level. So this is something over the past 5 weeks, every day, that we are getting different information and new information and are changing as needed for that reason. So just really wanted to provide a preliminary overview from that operations perspective of how we are trying to think strategically and really plan for what the future might look like, not only for our staff, but also for our residents and then customers. Then the other thing that I wanted to talk about was our efforts for our communities that speak other languages besides English. And I'm not sure if everyone realizes in the community that we have a very robust multilingual community outreach program where we have staff who are working with not only community-based organizations but our residents from the Chinese, Russian, and Spanish-speaking communities. And so this involves providing referral services, helping with the rent relief program, any questions on what's happening with any state or federal efforts or legislation, unemployment assistance, food resources, just really anything and everything you can think of that any of our residents might need. And I just have a few items on this slide to mention. The first is that we do have around 90 folks who are in our Spanish language ambassador program. And so these folks are communicating weekly
on Zoom meetings and making sure that they're interacting with residents and helping provide some of the resources that I just talked about. We're also working with volunteers and community groups in our Chinese community as well as in our Russian community, and making sure that we are providing resources in all 3 languages towards those residents who may be speaking those languages. Another big thing that this multilingual team is working on is translating a lot of the very important COVID-19 information for these communities. So not only the information on our website and social media, but also we are designing specific flyers for homeless and unstably housed residents who might speak Spanish, and those flyers and information have been provided directly to those residents and also to community-based organizations. We're also working with parent groups at the Mountain View Los Altos School District and a variety of other community-based organizations that I have here. So I think really the bottom line is this team led by Nancy Ducos is working like all of the other staff we have day and night to make sure that we are providing information to our community members who don't speak English as their first language. And we will continue to make sure that we're translating that information and getting that information out where people are. I also wanted to just show, and this is a little bit fuzzy, but I think all of you have received by now the View newsletter in your mailbox. So it did go to, I believe, over 40,000 households. And at the corner of one of the pages, we do have information in Spanish, Chinese, and Russian where folks can reach out on our to our multilingual coordinators to get information. So we made sure that this was also put in our newsletter. Then I also wanted to provide an update on what's happened with our Safe Parking Lot program. So right now, the Shoreline and Evelyn lots are both currently open 24/7, and the Terabella lot is expected to open very soon. Right now, as far as some data points, there are 38 vehicles or units, RVs, participating as of yesterday, I believe. Yes, April 20th, yesterday. Right now, there are 15 families that have children in local school districts. There are 9 seniors. 10 of these residents work in Mountain View. There are 4 people with disabilities. And then the other thing that we're looking at putting into our parking lots that I think is a really innovative solution that our Public Works team is working hard on is to provide basic water services where we would actually be tapping into our pipes and providing fresh water at these lots, much like you might see at a state park, where if you go to a state park and you see a tap that just provides fresh water for you to fill up, a bucket or a cup, we are looking at doing that in the lots as well. The other thing I wanted to do was provide visual and some information on our capacity at our safe parking lot. So essentially what the city is doing and what the county is doing. So the city bars are in the teal on the left side, and Santa Clara County bars are in the darker blue color on the right side. So right now the city currently has capacity for 28 cars or passenger vehicles in our safe parking lots, and the county has 167. However, when you look at the oversized vehicle capacity, the city has 67 spaces, and countywide there are 80 spaces. So really what this is showing is that Mountain View contributes over 80% of the total oversized vehicle capacity in the county, and we contribute about 15% of the total cars and passenger vehicle capacity countywide. So I thought that was a data point to show to the council. And then the other piece of this is just providing an update from last week on some of the support efforts that have been made just in the past few days towards efforts to help our homeless and unstably housed population. So as of today,
Our park staff has opened 9 restrooms with daily cleaning. Our police department has provided even more dry food packs, so 250 packs of food to homeless and unstably housed residents. We have also provided a handout for food services to folks, and this has also been translated in Spanish. One of the things that we know, that's a question that has come up often, is what is happening with any shower service. And I'm happy to say that right now we will be able to help open Hope's Corner and provide assistance for shower service to be provided there 3 days a week. And right now, Dignity on Wheels is currently operating 1 day a week. So there will be 4 days out of the week that shower service will be available for those folks who need it in Mountain View. And then lastly, we have provided a grant of $5,000 to Hope's Corner to provide solar electrical outlets with a priority going to students who need it to continue their studies, and also to any families in need. Then moving on, I wanted to provide an overview of some of the services that our Community Services Department is providing. If you remember last week, I talked about our library, and this week I want to highlight community services because there are a lot of resources on our website that our residents can go to just have something else to do while they're at home. So there is a virtual recreation center on the website, and it has a lot of resources about how to motivate yourself and move and boost your mood while you're sheltering in place. And that involves interactive content for Mountain View Rec Break videos. There's also trivia and community-wide scavenger hunt and demos of projects that folks can do at home. The other thing is that our community services staff have been working with the Senior Nutrition and Brown Bag program to do a to-go drive-through program at the Senior Center so that people can have access to food services every day at this time. We're also working with sewing clubs at the area to sew masks to donate to seniors at the Senior Nutrition program. Kind of along the lines with what I was talking about with the restroom. So we are continuing to monitor our parks and our facilities every day, and we are adapting. As I mentioned before, the information and the needs change constantly. So this is something that staff is continually monitoring and working on as information changes. We have put social distancing signs in all parks. I'm sure a lot of people have seen that to remind the public about appropriate distancing. And we do have additional rangers that are working on weekends to make sure that people are following the social distancing protocols, because we know that there is much more increased use on the weekends. The other couple things that I think are great for everyone to know is that our staff have worked very collaboratively with local agencies to find a child care option for essential city staff and also essential medical staff through the YMCA for those folks that need help with child care. And then lastly, our staff are working on contingency plans right now. So this is part of the recovery effort. And they're developing contingency plans for summer camp programs to be positioned to offer a minimum service level with certain social distancing protocols that the county has required. So this is really preliminary right now, and we will have more information about that as things progress. And I also wanted to mention that the town hall that we're having this Thursday, I'm pleased to say that Congresswoman Anna Eshoo is expected to join us. Now, I think we all know that the stimulus bill, I'm not sure if it passed today. I think I heard that it may have. But she is expected to join us, barring any votes that she may be required to take on Thursday. So at this point, we invite all members of the community to sign up and join the conversation. You can go to the website and sign up for this and register so you can be part of the Zoom call, much like how the meeting is this evening. Then I also wanted to announce a new program that our communications team is working on called Neighbors Helping Neighbors. And what we really want to do is highlight some of the great stories that we know are out there where we have neighbors in our community helping other neighbors. And I have heard accounts from council members and also from staff and from people writing in, and we really would love to highlight those stories. I think at this point in time, we all like to hear good news, and we like to know about how our community is helping each other. So those stories would be highlighted in the briefing, and you can send those stories to Katie, K-A-T-I-E, so katie.nelson@mountainview.gov, and we will make sure to include those stories in our briefing. And lastly, I just wanted to remind everyone that the census has been extended to October 31st, and it's very important for you all to fill out the census. So I plan on doing this reminder every week so that our residents and community members know that it's very important that they're counted. And also, and the very last slide is, again, to remind everyone that they can sign up to receive our briefing sent right to their email. They can text MV-COVID to 22828 to receive a 3 times per week briefing about everything that is happening. So that concludes my presentation and update for this week, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. We do have some questions. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, you know, I saw that neighbor helping neighbor, and I go, wow, that is a great concept. And I have a particular incident or a neighbor in our community that lives in my neighborhood. His name's Toby. I'll just leave it at that. And my wife and I walk our dog past his house almost every day. And he puts out a little mini farmer's market out in front of his house where he has fresh market items, fruit, veggies, eggs. And it's amazing how he puts it out. On weekends, he does the barbecuing. So I missed the barbecue yet, so I'll get over there. And other neighbors put in if you got fresh oranges or any fruit or whatever you put on the table, and everybody shares it. And it's really interesting all the time that he puts the stuff. He goes down to a restaurant wholesaler, buys the stuff, brings it down, and lets everybody try it. And this is one of the best of things. But also, in these circumstances, we always get the worst of things. And the best is what Toby does. The worst is somebody recently came up to his little farmer's market table and took a 50-pound bag of onions and a 50-pound bag of potatoes and 15 dozen eggs. And so it's hard to fathom why somebody would do something like that. But Toby is dedicated to the community. He's been doing this on his own. He feels it's necessary. And so I'd like to highlight Toby for the great mini farmer's market that he's putting out there. He's sort of very upset about the person taking so much food, so he hasn't decided if he's going to continue it yet. But I have a feeling he probably will because he's that kind of guy. So that's my neighbor helping neighbor, selfishly doing this on his own, spending the time to bring the product down. And it's a great asset to our community, and I'd like to thank Toby for what he's done.
Thank you, and please be sure to send that to Katie Nelson.
Okay, I will. Maybe Ellen knows the guy because she's smiling pretty.
Okay, moving on to Councilmember Medichuk.
And thanks so much for the update. I appreciate all of the great information in there and all of the work that city staff is doing. It's incredible to hear how much is going on. When I talk to council members in other cities, it's so nice to be able to talk about everything we're doing and to see how much it is. I think other cities are struggling a bit to find the resources. So we're very fortunate we have the resources to be able to do this. And I appreciate everything staff is doing. I just want to mention that there is an organization called Neighbors Helping Neighbors. We want to make sure we either differentiate ourselves or maybe find a slightly different name. They're very focused on helping folks find housing. They're pretty active on Nextdoor and in some other groups. And so we just might want to either sync up with them or maybe tweak our name a little bit, but just so there's no confusion about the two different programs. But I think this idea that you have is a great one. It's nice to have some good news and see the good things that are happening in our community.
Great, thank you, and
Thank you.
thank you for the heads up on the name. But anyone else? If not, I just too also want to, again, as always, thank our city manager and our entire organization for all the hard work that you've all been putting in. And yes, we do sharing time at some of our cities, meetings with other cities. And actually lately, I've been getting phone calls from council members in other cities asking, how are we doing all the things we're doing? So I've been able to share some of the projects that we've been working on. But I'm really mostly grateful for the fact that staff has been so responsive and willing to, just roll up your sleeves and get stuff done. And that's not always the case, and that's what I'm also hearing from other cities. So I just really appreciate the can-do attitude and the innovation in a lot of these services and activities that we're engaging in as a result of the pandemic. So thank you, City Manager, and thank you to all staff for everything that you're doing for our community. So with that, we'll move on then to the consent calendar. And these items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Hicks?
Yeah, so I think this may be the first time I've pulled an item, so tell me if I'm doing it all wrong. If you can't, because you're all muted. So the first one is the carbon neutrality resolution, which I just want to pull to recognize, not to get rid of it. And then the second one is, so that's 4.3, and then the second one is 4.5, the Mountain View Transit Center grade separation, etc.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McAllister, do you have some?
4.3. I had a question on 4.3.
Okay. So we'll pull 4.3 and 4.5. Councilmember Clark, do you have an announcement?
I do, and I need the text. I'm recusing myself from item 4.4, the multifamily housing revenue bonds, not at 950 El Camino Real, due to a real property interest within something like 497 feet of the project, if I recall correctly. But anyway, I'll be recusing myself when that vote comes up, or on that particular item.
Great, thank you. Any other items to be pulled by council members? I have item 4.3 and 4.5. I'm going to, Councilmember Ramirez.
I haven't taken public comment. I was going to move the balance of the consent calendar. Apologies.
Yes, thank you. I need to take public comment, so I'll do that now. Any members of the public wishing to speak on the item? And I'm going through our attendees list. I don't see any hands up. So if anyone would like to speak, remember there's a button at the bottom that says raise hand, so please press that. But no hands are up. So City Clerk, do we have any other public comments?
No other public comment after 5 p.m. by email, and no voicemails today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So then, Councilmember Ramirez, could I call upon you to make a motion?
Sure. And just let me make sure I got all of the items here. So I'd like to move the balance of the consent calendar, and that includes 4.4, adopt a resolution approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $28 million to finance the development of a 71-unit apartment project for persons and households of low income for the benefit of 1958 Community LP or another entity created by Palo Alto Housing Corporation and certain other matters relating thereto to benefit notice of public hearing be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to second the motion.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion by Councilmember Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Kamei to move the balance of the consent calendar. Is there any other discussion? If not, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes, but recused on 4.4.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez. Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
So motion carries 7-0 with no abstention. Thank you. We'll go on to item 4.3. Let's see. We had Councilmember Hicks. Did you want to speak to this item? Unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. I don't know whether we should hear Councilmember McAllister's question first. I just wanted to pull this out to commend staff. I just wanted to commend staff for bringing this up and kind of recognize it. I think that as tomorrow is Earth Day, I kind of wanted to celebrate the fact that we hopefully will be voting for this carbon neutrality resolution, and hope we can use it for double purposes for some of the things that will be coming up over the rest of this meeting and our meetings to come. Things like carbon sequestration for trees and increasing our bike and walk appeal throughout the city. That's the remainder of my statement.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, my question was that I saw there was a staff estimate for a consultant for up to $150,000 to develop a carbon neutrality plan, and I was thinking that our staff is pretty good, and why do we need to go outside? And also to the mayor, does Silicon Valley Clean Energy also have any kind of developed any plan? So it's something up our alley. I remember when I was the chair of the Silicon Valley Clean Energy, I helped make Mountain View one of the first cities to buy 100% clean energy, carbon-free. So they have quite a staff. So could somebody answer what that $150,000 would entail to develop a plan, and why couldn't we do that in-house or use Silicon Valley Energy to help develop that?
Hi, Audrey Seymour Ramberg, Assistant City Manager. Thank you for your question, Councilman McAllister. We have been fortunate in the past to use consultant assistance where there are projects that Silicon Valley Clean Energy can take the lead on. We are always open to those possibilities, but the work needed for the carbon neutrality plan really has to do with how the city of Mountain View is going to update its climate action plan, which it's been several years since we've done that, and as you will recall, the council in December adopted new targets for our greenhouse gas reductions, and we need to refine the strategies that are going to be necessary to get us to that, which is an important first component in order to have a carbon neutrality plan, because 75% at least of of getting us to carbon neutrality is about reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, not about sequestration or carbon offsets. And so there's a fair amount of effort that's required, and also expertise that's required to do that update of the climate action plan, and also to quantify the benefits of the sequestration efforts, like the tree canopy master plan, like the watershed plans, and then to use the best practices in the marketplace to identify what the strategies, in addition, that would be needed to meet the gap between what those sequestration projects will provide in the way of taking carbon out of the system, and also, the gap between what we're doing to our own greenhouse gas reduction. So that was a long way to say that it is a fair amount of effort and also expertise that even with our quite excellent staff, we would not be equipped to do.
So if that comes back to us, would we be able to give direction that we may not want to do carbon offsets, or that we would take ownership of our own instead of spending it on the side?
Well, I think that's the whole point of the carbon neutrality plan, is to lay out what the different strategies are that would get to neutrality by 2045, with the vast majority of those being things that we do here locally to reduce emissions, things that we do here locally to remove carbon from the system, and then we would see what's the remaining gap, if any, that wouldn't be met by the actions that we can do locally by 2045, and whether the council wants to purchase offsets to reach the neutrality goal.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd be happy to check with Silicon Valley Clean Energy as to whether there's any grant funding available for this project. And the Air District, I know the Air District funds climate action plan, so I think we can check with them as well. Any other comments on 4.3? Not. Entertain a motion to approve 4.3?
Moved.
Thank you.
We will need the title of the resolution read in the motion.
Yes. Which
so I'll move item 4.3, which is to adopt a resolution adopting a community-wide adopt a resolution adopting a community-wide carbon neutrality target of 2045 to be read in title only. Further reading laid attachment 1 to the council report.
Second, if you need it. Mayor, you mute.
I'll take Councilmember McAllister's second, and it's a motion by Councilmember Clark. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga?
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you. Then we'll go on to item 4.5. And was it Councilmember Hicks who pulled this?
Yes, I did. So as I'm sure you know, there's a great amount of public interest in this and associated projects. And I guess the input I've been getting from the public is that it's difficult for people to see where the engineering stops and the design they're really interested in starts. So I wanted to pursue a little questioning around that. In particular, people have contacted me about some of the things that were in the scope presented for this project, things like lighting, signage and striping for bikes and pedestrians, and let's see, and staging, construction staging, and some of the fears that people had. So let me give one example. Lighting. People have a concern about how safety within the tunnel and comfort using the tunnel. They're concerned about having input into that. And people have told me there are various ways that they would feel more comfortable while walking or biking under the tunnel. Things like there's been talk of commercial kiosk or a little police substation or what the lighting would be. So people have been concerned that maybe the engineering within this contract would make decisions that would disallow some of that input. Another example that people raised to me was the state construction staging. Since the construction will be going on for some time, people were very concerned that it be staged properly in order for the restaurants to still be appealing in the evening, and they wanted to have some. So I've seen it done very differently in different cities, and people had concerns that they would not have input into that and keeping our downtown inviting. So my question is, for things like that, and they also looked and saw within the scope that there was, the public was not listed as one of the stakeholders that would get any input on this as far as they could see. So those are my questions. Are those some of the things that would be, is there a space for community input? How could we make this, how could we make this run most efficiently so that people would feel like, so that people would have input and not, maybe have the plans go too far and then have to make things less efficient by having to kind of backpedal to get people's input on some of those issues.
Thank you. So the process we've used today did start with developing, first there was the Transit Center, of course, master plan that developed the basic concept for the grade separation, which had a lot of community review and input and many council meetings around it. That was followed by us starting design on the grade separation and access project, and during early design and conceptual development, we had community meetings. We visited the council in March 2019 and presented the basic design parameters and concepts we were working with. During that outreach that we did during that period of time, comments were raised about them, feeling safe and secure in the underpass and how the lighting would be handled. We did hear comments on signage and striping for bikes, peds, and even discuss the possibility there could be a kiosk possibly in there. So all of those comments we received were kind of integrated into the overall layout and preliminary design. And preliminary design just kind of simply lays things out and creates space for things. And the level of engineering that we're doing as part of augmentation is to further develop some plan sheets that lay out where things would look like and go, that in final design they could start filling that in. So, there's an understanding that we need good lighting in the underpass. There's understanding that, we will have signage and striping related to the bicyclist use as compared to the pedestrians' use. We shared some of that with the council in March 2019, and it's just going to be further developed now in final design. The final design process will include community outreach and community input. So once we're ready to start talking about those wall treatments, the urban design elements, the public art, and some of that piece of it, there will be additional community outreach and be able to start showing the different concepts and ideas behind that, working with our urban designer that is on the team and has been, and as we work with Caltrain as we go forward. So those will come into place now as we get further into design, but that's really part of final design. Right now, what we're doing is we're trying to finish up our plan sets for the 35% design that will be the basis for them to go in and start doing the final design. The discussion of construction staging, we have presented that and discussed that at community meetings as well as the council meeting in the past. And it's been carefully looked at to minimize the impacts on businesses. For instance, the first 9 to 12 months of construction is on the ramp to Shoreline, so it's completely outside of the Castle Street area. The goal is to provide the place for the car traffic that's going to be diverted to go and be able to continue through. And then we close the road crossing of Castro, and then we start constructing the underpass. And all of that construction work is actually happening outside of the 100 block of Castro. So will there be sometimes a little detours or other pieces that might affect that area? Yes. And we'll work closely with the community and business community as we develop the plans of how to handle that, as well as the communication during construction. So that will be further developed during final design and shared. The public is definitely a stakeholder. We've been very, have had quite a bit of community outreach to date, and we plan to have quite a bit more.
So what I'm hearing from you is that there will be communication with the business community and possibly others on some of those finer points, not the shoreline ramp, maybe, but right. Some of the finer points of how some of the nearer construction nearer to the businesses, how that will interface. There's room for that as stakeholders, and that some of the things that people have brought up to me, possible kiosks underneath, they want to make sure they're doing more than just picking the paint color on the inside of the tunnel. You know, that is something that they really feel like is a welcoming place and a welcoming entrance to downtown Mountain View. So it sounds like you're saying that, and if that, so it sounds like you're saying these will be preliminary lighting, but if need be, it could be changed a little depending on community input. Am I hearing you right?
The plans we're developing right now is more about creating the space for it, about ensuring that we've got work set out for them that they start filling in during final design. So at that point, when they're looking at the options of what kind of lighting, that'll happen during final design, and there can be community outreach and input into that as they're starting to put that into place. In terms of the entrance treatment and the wall surface treatment, that will, final decisions, all of that, and options will come up during final design.
Okay, and then there were things about pedestrian and bike, the way pedestrians and bikes moved within the space. Is that also open for some flexibility during final design? During final design, they start to finalize the construction and traffic control plan, and that can, definitely be shared. A lot of what will be put in there related to how you move bikes and peds safely through a construction zone is going to be using best practices, because that's what we're talking about now, is how we move bikes and peds and vehicles safely through the various phases of the construction. I see. What about through the final design is more what they were, I think, concerned about.
So in terms of how the project itself, once it's built, is handling bicycle and pedestrian circulation, a lot of that is already laid out in the basic concept. And what we visited with the council on in March 2019, where we talked about on each access point to the other crossing, what type of ramp and how do we want it located versus the staircases. And the council requests that elevators be considered in certain areas, so that has now been integrated into the concept plan, the preliminary engineering plan that will go forward for final design. So a lot of that discussion happened in 2019.
Yeah, I think they're aware of that. I think that they just wanted to make sure there weren't decisions made between now and what you're calling, the final design, that they would be cut out of.
they wouldn't be. Right now, the instructions are for the augmented 35% design is the project doesn't change. We're just providing a deeper level of the actual engineering design. The right-of-way needs confirmation, where the utilities are, that type of thing before we pass it off to final design. But it's going to be very clearly laid out that the final design in terms of aesthetic treatment, how it interfaces with the community, is going to involve community outreach, and no changes made to the design concepts that the council has seen already approved will be made without the city concurring.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments on this item? If not, I entertain a motion. Would anyone like to move this item? I don't think we need to read anything on this one.
No, you do not, Madam Mayor.
I'll move item 4.5.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. A motion by Councilmember Clark, seconded by Councilmember McAllister. Any other discussion on this item? If not, can we take a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matacek?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Aye.
Councilmember Ramirez? Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Apikoga?
Aye.
Thank you.
And thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you. There's one more item on our regular calendar, so if you don't mind, I'd like to move forward and actually go to item 5 first, oral communications from the public. And need anything here. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on non-agenda items? If so, please click the raise hand button if you're one of our attendees in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone. And the city clerk will display the timer on the screen. I don't see anyone in our list of attendees wishing to speak. City clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do not. Thank you.
Great. So in that case, I will go ahead and close oral communications and move on to item 6, public hearings. We have none. Item 7, items initiated by council. 7.1, adopt a resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian sentiment due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I had asked that this item be placed on the agenda, so I'll go ahead and speak to it. Since COVID-19 first started and reported in Wuhan, China, there has been a rise in anti-Asian sentiment and reports of various actions against Asian Americans in the community, and there's a group of San Francisco State University and a couple of nonprofits put together an online reporting center to collect and track incidents of anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander hate, violence, harassment, discrimination, shunning, and child bullying in California and nationwide. And so far, and this was from a few weeks ago, there's been over 1,100 incidents reported. I've seen personally on Nextdoor reports of incidents that have happened in our area. Fortunately, in Mountain View, there are no reported cases. Although I will say that my husband, over the weekend, as he was out jogging, a man driving in a car made some comments that had some racial anti-Asian undertones. So it's definitely something that does happen in our community, unfortunately. And so the County of Santa Clara passed a resolution very similar to this resolution. Basically, we pretty much used most of the language from that resolution. And so I would like to ask that the council support this resolution denouncing such anti-Asian sentiment and actions, and as a symbol of solidarity with our community, especially given that one of our goals is to be a community for all and protecting vulnerable populations. And I think in light of the pandemic, we've seen that the Asian Pacific American community is undergoing or experiencing these types of anti-Asian sentiments. It would be important for us to take this position. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I don't see anyone. So I will open this up to the public. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? I don't have anyone in my attendee box. City Clerk, do you have any public comment?
I do not. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. I had Vice Mayor, your hand was up, I believe.
It was. I just want to thank you for bringing the resolution forward, Mayor, and I know that Santa Clara County adopted this resolution unanimously, and I think that it's just another way that Mountain View and the Bay Area are leading against the pandemic, and so look forward to being able to support this tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments? I don't see any hands raised. If not, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Read it?
Yeah. Actually, repeat.
Thank you. Let's see if I have it. Adopt a resolution denouncing xenophobia and anti-Asian sentiment arising due to fears of the COVID-19 pandemic and affirming its commitment to the well-being and safety of Asian Pacific American communities. To be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor?
I didn't know if you wanted to second. I'm happy to, if you'd like, Mayor.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'll take your second. So there's a motion by Councilmember Hicks, second by Vice Mayor. Any further discussion? If not, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions, and thank you to my colleagues for support on this. We are moving on to, actually, we'll be going to our study session number 2, so why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll be back at 7:55. Thank you. there is. So great. Let's resume to our study session. Item 8.1, Senate Bill 743, CEQA Transportation Analysis. And we have a staff presentation.
We do.
Great. Welcome.
This is R.T. Shrivastava. Good evening, Mayor and council members. We have a team of staff here, 3 of whom will be focusing on the presentation. I will just start off with just the context. Sarush, our assistant planner, who has been working with VTA and a number of our neighboring cities, is going to go into the specifics, and then we have Ria Lowe from Public Works, who will focus on one aspect of the evaluation tool that we will be using. So if you could go to the next slide. Sarush will give you the specifics, but some of you may remember SB 743. I believe it was sometime in 2013 that it was passed, and it basically requires a change in the way we evaluate transportation impacts and requires cities to stop analyzing level of service as a metric and using vehicle miles traveled. The goal is really to look at connecting land use choices to transportation effects and focusing on the state's as well as our city's greenhouse gas emissions goals. The state actually designated the Office of Planning and Research, whom we will refer to as OPR, to develop a guidebook. VTA, which is our congestion management agency, has been leading the effort here in providing a lot of the data and the tools. And we all the cities are using the guidebook that has been prepared by OPR in order to maintain a level of consistency, which is also required as part of the evaluation. To the next slide, please. Some key points that staff has used in considering our recommendations are that CEQA is what we call a blunt instrument and has been for years. It comes at the end of the process where it looks at the project once it's been defined and then evaluates impacts. It doesn't help to build in improvements as we do project review. Mitigations that we would have required under CEQA can no longer be required because we only have one metric to analyze, and that is the VMT. And so we are trying to sort of move our project review more into the multimodal transportation analysis, or we refer to this as MTA. That's kind of a draft name. I'm sure we'll come up with something more catchy by the time we develop the tool. And finally, it is fairly cumbersome. It requires a lot of analysis, but doesn't really lead to the results that we would like it to lead to. And I'll go into the multimodal transportation analysis as the tool that we want to start using. This is a tool that allows us to use some of the things that we've already been using in past CEQA documentation, but I think we can do a better job. One is it's concurrent with project review. As you know, as soon as we get projects, we review applications, and we're able to sort of build in some of these into the project, the findings of our review. Secondly, it looks at multimodal. It's not just autocentric, and it's not just VMT. It is able to look at bike and ped impacts and then connect them, finally, the improvements to our multimodal plans. The city, as you know, has a fairly impressive CIP program. It's got some future planning, and we are able to connect those effects and improvements to those CIP projects and potentially studies of future CIP projects. So we feel that even if projects get screened out of CEQA in our discussion, we are able to study the very things that we've always wanted to study and maybe do a better job of studying through our multimodal analysis. So this is just to give you the key points that staff has considered as we walk through this. Finally, I think we do want to, the reason we would recommend screening projects or certain screening criteria, because it reduces the process that CEQA creates, but still allows us to review it at a local level. Many of the guidelines that we are using are already in OPR's documentation, so the city doesn't have a whole lot of discretion, because if we were to veer away from it, we would have to have some data or some data points to think about why we were changing it. A lot of them are connected to other laws, and if there are questions, we're happy to answer some of those. So many of our recommendations are consistent with the state OPR guidance, and BTA and our neighboring cities are using a similar approach. So that's kind of just the context, and I'll have Sarush go into the details of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, RT. So the City of Mountain View has been in the process of implementing SB-743 since 2016. Things have really been ramping up in the past 2 years. So just this past October, staff had a study session with EPC where we provided background on SB-743. We returned to EPC last week on Wednesday with another study session presenting the policy options that we'll be discussing tonight. And of course, this evening we're here with City Council for our first study session with the Council, where we'll be discussing policy options for consideration of implementing SB-743. And then we hope to return for final adoption public hearings with EPC and Council in May and June of this year, respectively. So, as RT mentioned, the Office of Planning and Research, Governor's Office of Planning and Research, OPR, has provided a technical advisory that's really helped jurisdictions get an idea of what we need to do. So a lot of the recommendations and information we'll be presenting tonight comes directly from that technical advisory. And again, what is suggested in there is best practice, is based on the best available literature. And although many cities are not yet complete with implementing SB-743, we are able to lean on cities like San Jose and Oakland for their adopted policies as well. We've also had a lot of assistance from our consultant, Nelson Niagara Consulting Associates, and all of this together has informed the best practice for the suggestions that are in this presentation tonight. So where are we right now, and what are we on the hook for currently? So this evening and over the past few months, we've been studying screening criteria for CEQA, which is because we need to adopt new screening criteria. We've been studying new thresholds of significance options in terms of VMT, and we have been looking into using LOS outside of CEQA, continuing use of LOS but just outside of CEQA, given that LOS can no longer be used as a basis for determination of transportation impact. So I'll have Rhea Lowe speak to how we're specifically going to be addressing LOS outside of CEQA with the next few slides.
Great. So under SB 743, the state requires us to change the transportation analysis that happens under CEQA from one that analyzes project impacts on motor vehicle flow to analyzing transportation-related project impacts on the environment measured in terms of VMT. So going from LOS to VMT. This means that we can no longer use the state-defined CEQA process as our tool to assess and to mitigate local traffic impacts. And I think that's a really critical issue to be aware of. We can no longer use CEQA to assess and mitigate local traffic impacts. This gives us an opportunity to actually define the way that we do transportation analysis locally. And so what we're proposing is a multimodal analysis of local transportation impacts. If you can go on to the next slide, Suresh. which would differ from the CEQA traffic impact analysis in a number of ways. First of all, it changes the control of the process from a state controlled process to one that we as a local agency are in control of. In terms of the number of intersections, we would anticipate that it will go from, it would reduce the number of intersections that would need to be analysed. And then in terms of the road users that are quantitatively analysed, it would go from being one that is focused on motorists to being a multimodal analysis, including pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, and motorists. And the proposed approach includes the same metrics for motorists that we were previously using in the traffic impact, transportation impact analysis, including level of service and queuing analysis. And then finally, the tools for imposing change go from CEQA mitigations to operational improvements, multimodal operational improvements based on the MTA, or whatever we come up with the final acronym as. In terms of process, we have an opportunity to allow for transportation analysis somewhat earlier in the planning process through this new mechanism. So what we're proposing is that there would be an MTA screening process. Projects that are not screened out from that would need to then complete their multimodal transportation analysis, and from that we would get the multimodal operational improvements. After the MTA screening, there would be a CEQA screening, and the projects that are not screened out through that would then go through the CEQA VMT analysis, and that would happen after, or the MTA would either happen before or in conjunction with the CEQA analysis. And I'll send it back to Suresh.
Thank you, Dr. Lowe. So VTA, the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, has played a critical role regionally for implementing SB-743. As the county's congestion management agency, they offer technical assistance to cities in implementing this law and this mandate. What they've been most helpful with is they've provided tools that map baseline VMT conditions in all the cities in the county, and they've also mapped it for the countywide geography as well as the 9-county Bay Area. So the table that you see on this slide is all data that we received from VTA, and the data in the columns to the right indicate reference average VMT per capita for residential. That's the middle column here, which basically signifies household-based trips that are not commute trips. And the column to the right is the average daily VMT per worker reference average. So these are commute trips. So all of the data, all the maps and other thresholds and screening criteria we'll be discussing this evening is based on these reference averages right here. So you'll be hearing me refer to them throughout the presentation. So amongst the screening criteria that the OPR Technical Advisory recommends cities adopt, there's 4 main ones that we'll be discussing today. The first one that we'll start with is map-based screening, or low VMT screening. What you see here in the slide is this is what we call a heat map, which is a map that shows the jurisdictional boundary, and the colors represent variation from one of those reference averages in the previous slide. So in this map in particular, this is a map of Mountain View's residential average VMT per capita mapped relative to the 9-county Bay Area figure you saw in the last slide. So basically, these maps are used so that one would be able to tell if a project could be presumed to have a less than significant impact on VMT based on its location. And if it's presumed to have a less than significant impact, then the project is thereby screened out from having to do further CEQA VMT analysis. So if you look at any of the green areas on the map here, there's light green and there's dark green. Any area that's light or dark green would be considered a low VMT area, and a residential project that goes in there that is compatible with the area would be presumed to have a less than significant impact. And according to the legend, specifically, the light green areas are areas in the city that have VMT per capita that is 15% below that mean regional reference average to 25% below that mean reference average. And the dark green areas signify areas in the city that exhibit VMT per capita that is beyond a 25% reduction from that 9-county regional reference average. The yellow areas on the map that you see here are not going to be considered low VMT areas, but they are areas that still exhibit VMT below the mean, and that VMT is below the mean and 15% below that mean reference average. So again, if you take a proposed project and you put it somewhere on the map, you'd be able to presume its level of significance in terms of transportation based on its location. Hence the map-based screen. This next slide is essentially the same. It's a map-based screen demonstration, but this time using an employment reference average. So this would be the column to the right of that table that we saw earlier. Given that those reference average values are much higher than the residential reference average VMT values, there's virtually no green on this map. In other words, there are no real low VMT areas when it comes to office and employment projects. The yellow area that you see around downtown Mountain View on the slide is that same indication where the VMT per worker observed in that area is below the mean reference average, but it does not exceed 15% below that. And the darker colors, the reds and the oranges and the pinks, those are all not low VMT areas, and they are areas where their VMT per worker is actually higher than the reference average. So if you just pick the location on the map, that for an office project or employment project, it would not be screened out due to its low VMT. Another one of the recommended screens that the state is telling lead agencies to adopt is transit screening. So this is to say that projects that are located within a half mile of transit would be presumed to have a less than significant impact on transportation, so long as those projects exhibit transit-oriented development features. So the idea here is if a project is located within one of these areas that's denoted by the black outline, if it's located in one of those areas, it would be presumed to have a less than significant impact. And this is true for residential or for office projects. The areas with the black outline here are, again, those areas within a half mile of transit. And we're going to refer to them as TPAs, transit priority areas. That's what the state refers to them as. So as you can see, a lot of the Mountain View surface area is sort of screened by transit. So any of those low VMT areas, if a project was located in an area without low VMT, it would likely be screened by virtue of its proximity to transit. And just to define it a little bit more clearly, half mile of transit is defined by a major transit stop or stops along a high-quality transit corridor. Specifically, what this means is that these are transit locations that have service headways of at least every 15 minutes at AM and PM peaks. So high-quality transit where folks can use it during those rush hour commute periods. TPA screening is known to incentivize development of transit-oriented development, which is known to be dense, typically does not have the maximum parking required by a jurisdiction. And again, there are these transit-oriented development design criteria that have to be followed in order for that development to qualify for this transit screen. The next screen that is recommended by OPR is screening out small projects from having to do a detailed CEQA VMT analysis. So OPR gives their recommendations that are shown in this table, and City of San Jose already adopted their own, and we've given our suggestions here in the table for Mountain View. The idea here is that small projects, small infill projects specifically, shouldn't have an undue burden of going through the CEQA transportation analysis, given that they're so small. We see a lot of these types of developments in Mountain View, and we presented our recommendations in this table for both residential and office and employment projects. The final screen that OPR recommends cities adopt is screening affordable housing projects, and specifically screening projects that feature 100% affordable units. So research suggests that housing projects with 100% low-income units generally exhibit shorter trips or fewer trips than market rate developments. And staff is currently suggesting consideration of this particular screen where 100% affordable housing projects should be screened out from further CEQA analysis. So that does it for the discussion of screening. If a project is not screened out from further CEQA analysis, then it is subject to thresholds of significance by which we use to make a finding of significance level of the transportation impact. So this table kind of summarizes the best practices from OPR, as well as those adopted by San Jose and Oakland, who already have their VMT SB-743 process adopted. I want to note that staff is suggesting adoption of the same thresholds recommended by OPR to the letter. We're not suggesting any modifications to them, but you'll see that there are a couple choices baked in here that we're suggesting. So to summarize, for residential projects, a project that exhibits 15% below existing regional VMT per capita, and regional being defined as the 9-county Bay Area here. If a project exhibits VMT that's 15% below that reference average or greater, then it would be presumed to have a less than significant impact on transportation. In other words, if a project has VMT that's less than that 15% less than that reference average, then there is no significant impact and it complies with the threshold. So for office projects, we're suggesting the same threshold, but this time relative to the Santa Clara County reference average VMT per worker. So again, OPR says that that lead agencies and cities are able to choose which reference average they want to relate to their threshold. And Mountain View is, staff is suggesting using the 9-county Bay Area for residential projects and a Santa Clara County-wide reference average for office projects. We'll get into what that looks like shortly. OPR recommends that retail projects are analyzed by determining if their construction and operation leads to any net increase in total VMT. So an analysis will be done of with and without the project, and if the project goes in and increases total VMT in the jurisdiction, then it would be seen to have a significant impact. If VMT is seen to go down as a net result, there would be no significant impact on transportation. So I'd like to kind of specify what we mean by having the ability to choose between reference averages for the residential and the office projects. These are heat maps that show residential VMT in Mountain View. The heat map to the far left that you see, that's utilizing the citywide reference average. So that's using the figure of 10.32, meaning that basically residents in Mountain View are driving an average of that distance to get to different amenities from their home that don't include work. Using such a low number like 10.32 yields very few low VMT areas in the map, which is why you don't see any green on that far left map. The map in the middle is a heat map that is relative to the Santa Clara County reference average VMT per capita. There's a lot of green on this map, and it looks pretty similar to the map on the right, which is actually the one that we're recommending use of. You saw this in the low VMT slides earlier. The map on the right is a VMT is a heat map that shows VMT in the city relative to that 9-county average. So although the middle map and the map on the right look similar, the use of 9-county Bay Area regional reference average yields the most surface area, the most parcels that would be considered low VMT. thereby allowing more residential projects to comply with the threshold. Again, this is the same sort of demonstration, but for the office projects. The reference average values for the 9-county Bay Area and for the Santa Clara County geographies are pretty similar. The Santa Clara County reference average is a little bit higher than that of the 9-county, and that is why there are some areas on the map that are closer to that mean reference average, as you can see, particularly downtown Mountain View. So to summarize, staff is suggesting use of the 9-county Bay Area reference average for residential projects and the Santa Clara County reference average for employment projects. OPR also recommends different approaches for analyzing mixed-use projects or other projects like general plan amendments and zoning ordinances that also have environmental review. What staff is suggesting is in step with what OPR is recommending, in that lead agencies can either evaluate the dominant land use in a mixed-use project and use that dominant land use and apply that threshold and make a finding of significance based on that single dominant land use. Or cities can apply the threshold of significance to each individual part of the mixed-use project and find different independent findings of significance. Staff has found that it's using this more specific approach leads to better outcomes for mixed-use projects as well as these other project types like general plans and precise plans. So what we're suggesting. And again, I just want to underscore kind of how CEQA screening and thresholds of significance falls into the entire process. The MTA process screening will occur first. And just because a project is screened out from further CEQA analysis does not mean that they're off the hook from having to analyze transportation impact or effects. We're still going to be requiring the same level of review, just through a different process, just through a process the city has a little bit more flexibility in its implementation. So that's kind of what we're going here. I just want to underscore that nobody's getting a free pass from any of these three. So with that, we have questions posed to the council of those couple items that we were saying that we do have discretion on, particularly use of which reference average we should do for Mountain View for the thresholds and for screening. And we'd like to hear council's thoughts on the small project screening and our mixed use approach. So specifically, that question is, does council support staff's suggested screening criteria and VMT thresholds of significance? And that concludes staff's presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Since this is a study session, we'll go to public comment first. Let's see. Any members of the public who are attending the meeting would like to speak, please raise your hand. And I see Mr. Chambers. You should be on.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Cliff Chambers, and I'm representing the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. We sent in a letter, and I'm just going to use a couple of minutes to summarize key points. I think it's just important to emphasize what was emphasized earlier, that the primary goal of this are to really reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to develop multimodal network where we're putting people over cars, and the diversification of land use. And I really think that staff has done an excellent job in the proposed screening criteria and the thresholds of significance. I understand there's a July 1st deadline, but I'd like to see a few changes at least considered that we've presented in our letter. One may have to be amended. When we were talking about the transit priority areas, I had listened to the EPC presentation, read the staff report, and I didn't see the reference in terms of transit-oriented development criteria. And I think it's important, if you're going to do that, you list the criteria as part of the, when it comes back to council, in terms of which kind of projects would be automatically screened and which are not. So if that's done, I'm fine with that. The second point that I'd like to emphasize is that the Mountain View has really been a leader in promoting mixed-use development. I mean,
mean, done an excellent job. And those kind of projects tend to have lower VMT. My only thing, and the OPR guidelines do allow that if you have multiple projects, like in a master plan project, that you can incorporate an internal capture rate for mixed-use development that would lower the VMT per capita if perhaps there's, really a mixed-use project. So I'd like to see that included, and it is something that can be done. And then third is that I kind of want, in the staff report, there's some discussion about the anomaly in the maps, and like in the downtown area, that has a higher VMT level. I think there's also anomalies in several other areas of the city. And quite honestly, I don't have a lot of confidence in the data, but I can't go into it because there's the data source for VTA is not available. So it's hard to see if it's validated, but all these models really do need to be evaluated. So I think that really has to be addressed when this comes back to council. And in the longer term, I think the transit priority areas established in the OPR guidelines as a starting point. But I'd really like to see the city evolve to looking at this instead of just transit. We have a lot of private transit in the city. We're making significant investments in pedestrians and bicycling, and I'd really like to call these and really have the screening areas be multimodal priority corridors.
Mr. Chairman, your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the attendee box. City Clerk, do you have any other quick comments?
No other comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. So then I will close public comments and bring it back to council for any questions. Let's start with questions first. Let's see, let me move my any council members with questions? Oh yes, Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, so my primary question is related to Mr. Chambers' question about the data. I found the heat maps kind of very, I don't know if counterintuitive would be the right term. They seem to say that the people living near transit and who can, walk to drugstores and grocery stores use their cars the most, and the people who live furthest away from any of those things, such as my friends who live near Mountain View High School and have to use their cars for everything, are the ones who use their cars the least. So that gives me, that is so counterintuitive to me that it kind of gives me a lot less confidence in the data that we're basing all these policies on. So I'm wondering what explanation staff might have for that. Thank you.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing you properly, Council Member, you are concerned about some of the anomalies specifically in downtown Mountain View. So the first thing is staff is aware of those. It does seem...
I just want to say it's not just downtown Mountain View. It's also that the neighborhoods that are very car-oriented say that they rarely use their cars. So it's really all of it's the data as a whole that I'm confused by, not just the downtown.
Mm-hmm. So I think the first thing is that the heat maps are produced from a model, and it's a regional model. So a lot of times it isn't able to provide the best resolution view of what's happening locally, especially in like a street-to-street network or at the parcel level. Land use information is given to VTA based on transportation analysis zones, which are very large parts of the city that comprise several parcels. So we get land use inputs for how many square feet of office are there or how many residential units are in those TAZs, and they use that information to show what is on the ground at the parcel level that you see. So we are very confident with the data that was used to inform the maps. But at the end of the day, that data was was input into a model that is showing these outcomes. So it's not perfect, and I understand other areas in Mountain View are strange as well. But we've had extensive discussion with VTA, and they said that at this time they're not able to change anything after they've done significant validation and verification and independent analysis of the accuracy of their model.
If I may jump in and answer part of it. Suresh, can you pull up the green map that we had? I'm trying to remember what slide, showing the screening criteria. We did discuss this based on a council question, and one of the key issues is some of these neighborhoods look green because these trips don't reflect the trips to go to work. These trips actually reflect the trips that you would use to access a neighborhood grocery store or a park or a school. And these are then compared to the region to say, how do the trips in these neighborhoods compare to trips in the region? So very often when we see green, it's being compared with the regional average, which is why some of these neighborhoods end up looking different, even though we know that to go to work, people do drive. But to go to school, they don't look at actual patterns. They look at the potential of being able to walk. And many of our neighborhoods are different from neighborhoods that are newly created in the region, where we do have shopping centers that are within walking distance. We do have schools that are local and not far away, for example, when you compare them with some new neighborhoods in the San Jose hillsides. And so they do compare well when you look at that. So what we might think of as, not comparing well, it's when you compare it to a regional average, they do look green. So I hope that explains a little bit of it. There might be a few anomalies, and we can go into that and maybe give you some answers when we come back. But we, especially for the downtown, we're confident it'll get screened out because it is within a transit priority area. So I hope that kind of goes a little bit of a way to respond to some of your curiosity about why it shows up as green.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of my other questions is why people who live in low-income, and often my experiences don't even have cars, they are the same as people with cars. It's not just the downtown, it's multiple areas of the map don't coincide with my experience of what people do. So that's my question.
Yes, I don't believe the map quite gets into income. It looks as potential land use, but when we do have a project that is low income, we're able to look at that. So sometimes that income data we use land use and we use transportation models, and that could be the reason why you might have a little bit more of an anomaly.
This is Megan Weir from Nelson Nygaard, and I can provide a little bit of additional context about the model if you would like, and what's illustrated on the map. So what's illustrated on the map is the model outputs relative to the regional average. And we agree the area around downtown showing up as one of the higher VMT per capita areas in the city struck us as an anomaly right away, and that's a question that came up in our conversations early on, months ago, before the official data was available from ETA. And there are some challenges when it comes to modeling and reflecting nuances, but that particular area, and we can get into this in other parts of this discussion, that particular area being close to transit means that it also falls within the realm of transit priority screen. And so the
the fact that the model output around downtown is not what we would expect for an area that's well served by transit doesn't get in the way of implementing this screening process. And then the other parts of the map that are green, what the green indicates is not that these are the places where people drive their cars the least in the city of Mountain View. So I just want to provide that clarifying point. What the green indicates is that these locations have a lower VMT per capita than the regional average. That compared to other parts of the region, people make fewer and or shorter trips by car in these locations. And so the areas where there might normally, as you pointed out, people might have to drive to get to a grocery store, this doesn't intend to illustrate that they're not making those trips, but rather that when they drive to the grocery store, their drive is shorter than it is for somebody who lives up in the hills. And so the fact that the regional average includes model outputs for places all over the Bay Area that many of which are much less urban even than the suburban neighborhoods in Mountain View, means that relative to that average, these areas are lower. And likewise, like the differences within Mountain View are not reflected because what we're emphasizing here are the areas that are below the less than 15% below the mean or under that threshold that we talked about earlier. And so that means that one neighborhood that's marked as green that includes lower income households with less car ownership, they may indeed be even driving even less than their neighbors, a few blocks away with higher car ownership rates. But the point of this map is to show that compared to the regional average, they're all lower than the regional average, and so those additional differences within Mountain View are not emphasized because the CEQA screening process doesn't need to identify those additional differences. So just a few points about the map that I wanted to call out.
Thank you.
Councilor Clark?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, it's sort of related to that. Is there, would it be helpful for us, I know we have a July 1 deadline and we can iterate on this and amend it later if we need to as we sort of learn by doing, but would it be helpful for us to utilize other sources of data, from, like INRIX or others that would have, the VTA data is a little stale and probably not ideal. And so I didn't know if utilizing data sets that are more recent and maybe more robust from third-party providers would be helpful as we establish how to sort of tweak this and customize it for our own use. Or maybe that wouldn't be helpful, but I just thought I'd ask if that would be useful.
Rhea, do you want to take a stab at this one? I know you've studied it.
Sure. So, yes, I think that's something that we can look into. I don't think that we can do that by July 1st. We have worked with some of the other data sets, and there are, for example, the big data sets, and it was not very suitable actually for our purposes as a city. There's a lot of problems and a lot of inaccuracies. That being said, I think, for example, in terms of the neighborhood types, those sorts of things, we could probably update those things to tweak the data. But that would be something that I think would be after July. It would be more in the next iteration.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting we do that by July. I was just curious if that was sort of a long-term helpful thing to look at as the VTA data continues to get more and more stale. I don't know when that would be, when they would provide new data.
And VTA also plans to do an update.
Okay, great.
We'll move to Councilmember Matichak.
Thank
Thank you. So earlier in this presentation, I think I heard RT say that the LOS analysis focused on traffic and the VMT analysis focused on the environment. And so I'm wondering, since we don't have the multimodal plan yet, what part of the multimodal plan is expected to focus on the environment? If we screen projects out of VMT.
Well, I'll have maybe Rhea walk through what the multimodal does, and I think Rhea might have mentioned that. The goal of CEQA is to study a project's impacts on the environment. And really that is the goal of CEQA, which is why VMT analysis is the metric. The goal of the multimodal analysis is to look at not the project's impacts on the environment, but to look at the project's effect on our transportation network. So it's a slightly different goal where we're looking at operational criteria that might be affected. And so it's different from a CEQA analysis that used to be typically done. Maybe Rhea can walk through the elements of...
Sure. Actually, Suresh, if you'd mind pulling up the thing, actually maybe the table. So the proposed multimodal transportation analysis framework would look at level of service, or automobile level of service, in addition to metrics for other modes, the one before that actually. For pedestrians, that's the one. Oops, next one. For pedestrians, probably some sort of a pedestrian quality of service. For bicyclists, possibly something like the bicycle level of traffic stress, and something, relating to transit effectiveness for transit riders. And so there would be more metrics than just the automobile level of service plus the queuing analysis that we're currently doing. Does that answer the question?
Well, I guess I'm trying to understand, to me, reducing VMT sounds pretty good. That would reduce the carbon emissions and improve the environment. And so I'm trying to understand if we don't do VMT, or is VMT part of the multimodal analysis, or if we don't do it, I guess I need to understand that. What kind of takes its place to understand, are we really having a positive impact on the environment with a different analysis and the mitigations that would go along with it?
Oh, I see, yes. So we would plan on doing the VMT analysis only for those that went through the CEQA process. We do consider VMT at a macro scale in the city as part of our greenhouse gas inventory that the city manager's office works on.
So if I could build on that, looking in the multimodal transportation analysis at how we improve pedestrian access, bicycle access, transit services, and placing into conditions of approval for a development when it's entitled to help make these improvements, will then encourage access to these sites by non-automobile modes. Once you do that, you have a positive effect on VMT. So again, what the CEQA VMT analysis is doing is, if it's done, it tells you kind of the air quality impacts that you get from the project, the VMT impact. But it's the multimodal transportation analysis and the operational improvements that are identified through that that will actually get you the results to lower VMT.
But you could still do the VMT analysis and then the mitigations that to reduce the VMT that would also have a positive impact on the environment, right?
Yes. You need to be careful of is the mitigations you do for VMT under CEQA can be a bit limiting. And our goal is for the multimodal transportation analysis is to be a little more inclusive in looking at the operational improvements that we need, and then we build those, like I said, into conditions of approval. And we're not relying on CEQA mitigations to get the operational improvements that we need for all the different modes.
So how are the mitigations limiting with CEQA?
So
do they define what you can do, or?
For projects that will have a significant impact on VMT, the typical approaches are what we already do many times, which is mandate TDM programs and trip reduction strategies for the development. And there is, some thinking that maybe we could look at bike and ped improvements being made through there, but that still needs to be tested. And we just feel overall, it's always interesting trying to work with CEQA mitigations and the mitigation monitoring plans that you have to do and the legal analysis that's around CEQA. And we just feel we're going to have more flexibility and more ability to use the multimodal transportation analysis. It will determine nexus and justification that we need to, again, make more as conditions of approval related to development. And I saw, Archie, you were trying to add something, but you're muted.
No, I was. I think what Councilmember Matichak was trying to get at was, but don't we want to use CEQA to make the VMT, improve the VMT of projects? And I just wanted to say that the state has developed through OPR a series of criteria that overall determines that certain project types will not have a significant impact on the environment. And that's what they recommend as the screening criteria. So for example, if we have a housing project in the low VMT area, then it will not have a significant impact because it's balancing out the land use. If you have an office project, it is not going to do that. And so you will have to study it. If you have a project within a half mile of transit, if it exhibits the characteristics of transit-oriented development, the state has determined that it would not have an impact. So there are some best practice criteria they're recommending you apply, because once you do the analysis, you will find that it will end up saying that it's less than significant anyway. So that's why that additional work they've determined is not required to be done. But there are some that will not meet the screening criteria that when you do the work, having done a lot of this research and best practices, they have determined you will find that there is an impact. And so they're recommending not screening those out. So that's what we mean by additional work. Even if we do the CEQA analysis, we'll find most likely that a lot of these projects will not have a significant impact.
Okay. So for an individual project, how big of an effort is it to do the VMT analysis? Does this take like months and millions of dollars, or?
No. We would, to say we determined that a project of 10 units instead of 30 we think of as a significant impact. We would go through the VMT analysis and most likely find that it doesn't have an impact at all. And we've sort of looked at through 10 years of projects in Mountain View and looked at projects that are routinely screened out of CEQA because they are fewer than 5 acres and end up with categorical exemptions. If we determine that those projects will now have to go through a CEQA VMT, we will have to do that additional analysis where we wouldn't have had to do. And so it kind of reduces the streamlining of many projects that could have been used, and you would not find that it has impacts anyway.
So does the city do the VMT analysis, or does the applicant do the VMT analysis, hiring a consultant?
It's the city through their CEQA. So the city kind of hires consultants to do
right.
CEQA. Yeah.
Right. So it's not city staff. But so I guess that was my question. So is that like a couple months project with costing lots of dollars to do it as part of CEQA, or is it
pretty easy to do.
Maybe
I would say it takes about 6 months to do a neg deck, and more than to go through the entire process. There are state requirements from start to finish, and as we noted, it comes at the end of the process after the project description has been established. So yes, it does add. The sequel might still have to be done, but if it didn't have to be done, it would add an element of time and process into it.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Great, thank you. I want to thank staff for all the materials in the thorough staff presentation. I know it's a paradigm shift in terms of how we analyze transportation, and so it's going to have huge implications for the city, so really appreciate all the information, and I just hopefully have a few brief questions. So I know that it was mentioned at the beginning of the report about how in certain cases we still will be using LOS outside of CEQA, and so I was just wondering if you could tell us when those instances might be that you would be measuring for LOS.
Yeah, I can probably start on that, and I think Rhea and Dawn can take it over. LOS does still tell a good, useful story of traffic impacts that arise from projects. And actually, LOS can actually still be included in an environmental document. You just can't base your finding of significance or transportation impact based on the LOS effects. That's one part. And essentially, what we're trying to, or what we're proposing is to handle anything that LOS findings would tell you would be done through the MTA. So you take what has been happening historically, where you would evaluate LOS and find an impact based on that, but we're moving that to the MTA, where those impacts will be known as effects, and the mitigations will be known as improvements. So maybe Dawn or Rhea can elaborate.
Sure. Yeah, so I think that you would do the LOS whenever you need to understand conditions like in the local neighborhood streets or the local city streets. And it would be based on the screening criteria, which we would be developing as part of the MTA handbook.
When we come back in June, one of the things we'll be bringing forward is staff's recommendation for the threshold of a size of a development for which we would be requiring an MTA be completed.
Great, thank you. Thanks. That goes into another one of my questions. So when we are evaluating LOS VMC for different project sites, obviously we can use that as a lever in terms of being able to ask developers for resources and for those transportation improvements. And so as this is coming forward, I'm just wondering how we'll be able to make sure that we can still, as a city, be able to ask for those things. If maybe staff could, if you want to answer that now, that'd be great, or I don't know if this is shifting into that comment, if you can't answer it now, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about that if possible.
Sure. So when we're imposing conditions on a development, we need to know that there's a nexus that needs to be reasonable and it needs to be proportional to the effects that we've found. And so the MTA is assessing what the effect is, and then the operational improvement would be based on that.
Just as an example, if you find that there are the project's effects require lengthening of a left turn lane to improve operational, or some contribution towards a signal synchronization project that could be an improvement. Those are examples of things we can not study in CEQA as part of the VMT, but we can continue to do as part of the MTA.
Great, thank you. And then my last question is, we've been talking about implementing things that are best practices and pulling from some of our regional neighbors. Wondering if we could talk about how we're making sure that what we're doing in Mountain View is kind of coordinating maybe with our other cities, other jurisdictions.
Yeah, so we've been sort of coordinating with all the member agencies in VTA since we've begun implementing SB743. VTA has an ad hoc working group specifically for city staff who are tasked with implementing SB743. We pool resources, we share feedback on our processes, and the purpose of those meetings is to, maintain regional consistency and that we're all on the same page. At the same time, we have checked with VTA multiple times in determining if Mountain View chooses a certain approach or certain thresholds where we're selecting certain reference averages or certain screens, and Palo Alto or Sunnyvale or our other neighbors choose, different reference average use or different screens, does that inconsistency create any problems, given that there are neighbors and we share street networks? They said no, it's not an issue if Mountain View elects to choose the 9-county Bay Area reference average and Sunnyvale uses the Sunnyvale City reference average. They said that's not an issue. Again, our VMT is assessed as an efficiency metric, so either per person or per worker. So we've seen that there's no cause for concern if we use different thresholds, different reference averages. The issue would arise is if we all use different travel demand models and we're getting our data from different places, but that's not happening because VTA has centralized all the data and we're all using the same model that they've developed.
Yeah, and I can add something in terms of the MTA. So the approach to the MTA is actually based on San Jose's work on their local transportation analysis handbook, and so we're using that as the starting point in this process. In addition, we work very closely with our colleagues in all of the other cities. We have good relationships with all of our colleagues. And so we've had a lot of conversations with various colleagues from neighboring cities. For example, Los Gatos is also planning on doing a multimodal analysis, and our neighboring cities of Sunnyvale and Santa Clara are also doing a similar approach in terms of the transportation analysis outside of CEQA.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to staff for answering most of the questions in the written responses that were provided, but a couple of things that came out of that. My audio might be poor, so I'm going to try speaking without video and see if that improves the quality of the audio. My apologies again. First, the North Bayshore Precise Plan has a programmatic EIR that studied LOS impacts and identified a number of mitigations that are important for transportation in that area. So, how would development in North Bayshore, which is coming under that precise plan and that paradigm, would they have to do additional analysis for EMP impacts, or are they kind of grandfathered in under that precise plan? How exactly would North Bayshore development work under this new model?
Martin, do you think you could speak to that at all? Councilmember Ramirez, typically what projects would do is they would use tiering under CEQA. But given that the North Bayshore programmatic EIR was assessed under level of service for transportation, VMT wouldn't be that same language. So tiering doesn't exactly apply. But Martin or RT, do you have any insight into that? Or
Go ahead, Martin.
This is Martin. Yeah, I mean, Bruce is correct, and the upshot of all this is that per the maps, if you notice, the North Bayshore area is a high VMT area, and so we can't necessarily just screen that out like we can in other areas. So it has to be done separately, and we cannot rely on the EIR that was done for the site.
Are we still, development then would have to mitigate impacts for both metrics, right? We would still get the mitigations that were identified in the precise plan, which, as you said, assesses LOS, and also it would have to mitigate any BMT impacts that are identified in the analysis done from this one. Right?
That's because they certainly have to go through an analysis. So if you look at the office map all shows up as pink, and the residential map shows up as yellow, most of the areas that are developable. So they will both have to go through the VMT analysis. We may find as a result of, let's say, the residential analysis that it actually does not have significant impacts. We don't know. It all depends on the characteristics of a project. And in that case, we will not have to mitigate, but if there are significant impacts, they will. All the screening criteria mean is that they will have to do the analysis.
Ms. Sarah, is there a scenario in which some of the mitigations in the North Bayshore Precise Plan themselves increase VMT, and then if there are VMT mitigations required from this transportation analysis, would those development proposals have to mitigate both the VMT impacts from the development and the VMT impacts from the LOS mitigations as well?
I don't think individual projects have characteristics that would create additional VMT impacts, because those individual projects themselves have to comply with a lot of the TDM measures, which are much stronger than anywhere else in the city, as well as many of the green building features and site features. So I don't think off the bat that there will be any additional VMT impacts. Obviously, if you're intensifying an office use, you will have additional VMT impacts, and we'll have to look at the mitigations for those similar to the way we look at all other mitigations. Not the requirements of the site plan.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions for North Bayshore. A couple other quicker questions. I asked about the VMT impacts of affordable housing and whether there's some analysis that shows, if it's possible, how much of a VMT reduction you would get as you increase the amount of affordable housing on site within a residential development. And I was curious to know if there's a point where, a screening of an affordable, of a residential project that has less than 100%, but still a significant amount of affordable housing would be merited, right? So if you would have, for instance, we require 15% for our preliminary ordinance, but if you're screened, if affordable housing or a residential project with a 25% minimum inclusionary component would be screened out of the transportation analysis, whether that may serve as an incentive for developers to go from 15% to 25% affordable housing. But I
think, so I'll just answer, if a project were not screened out by the basic measures and it was a market rate project that provided a certain percentage of trips as, a certain percentage of units as affordable, I think there are VMT characteristics of those affordable units that might be lower than the market rate component, and so it might reduce the overall VMT of a project, not significantly if it didn't include a significant amount of affordable units. And really, whether a developer is incentivized to increase affordable housing, I think will depend on the cost of the VMT mitigations when compared to the cost of providing that affordable housing. Because most developers make decisions on an economic basis. And so I think it's hard to say that they would make the change. Maybe it's a 5% change they would, but, it's hard to say at this point.
Okay. That's fair. I would, maybe when this returns to us, if there is some kind of analysis, I would help us make a decision about potentially having a lower percentage of affordable housing to be screened for the VMT analysis. I'd be interested in that at least. And then just the last question, we talked a lot about the heat maps, and I'm curious to know if the VTA model that we're using, if you plug in the San Jose data, would produce a heat map that was equivalent to what the city of San Jose was able to generate back in, I think it was 2017. So I don't know for sure, but I would imagine San Jose was using a different model than what we're using from VTA now. The VTA model did not exist.
Yes. So it is a different model, but the VTA model is actually based on the San Jose model that was used. San Jose created a really complex and effective spreadsheet that evaluated project VMT. So VTS is based on that. So if you did input that and to see what San Jose would look like, it would look similar to what the San Jose map looked like before the VTA tool came out.
That's all I've got.
Any other questions from council members? Councilmember McAllister?
Yeah, I'm going to approach this with, I'm an old dog. It's hard for an old dog to learn new tricks. And I got a bunch of questions, and my previous talks with you guys has really eased my apprehension to what we're going down here with. So we're taking a model that really hasn't been validated, and we're going to try to validate it through the process of as we go through and look at projects. Is that sort of, I sort of saw that in one of our comments, staff question. So is that sort of a truism?
That's not true. The model has been validated several times independently by member agency staff and by VTA themselves. The data itself has also been validated. The data going into the model has also been validated several times with several iterations. Just because it's been validated doesn't mean it doesn't produce anomalies.
Okay, because I noticed in a couple of the staff reports it mentioned. So some of the data was interesting. Okay, so this criteria that we're going off was based with San Jose and Oakland. Does it matter that our cities aren't comparable? That they're huge, large area, and so forth? Or
I'll jump in there just to say that the only reason we provided San Jose and Oakland was because they were one of the few Bay Area cities that actually have adopted thresholds, and we did look at San Jose's. But really, we're taking a look at OPR guidance and our own city and past 10 years of projects that have routinely been screened out of CEQA because of their size when we make our recommendations. We just provided those as a comparison. We did not use San Jose's criteria to determine ours.
So I know you're going to have to bear with me because I got a few questions, and I'll try to keep it pretty tight. So when we go to the screen where it says proposed multimodal transportation analysis, our MTA, it says number of intersections analyzed, many. But now we're going to go with fewer. Why is that a good thing?
Well, maybe Rhea, you can elaborate, but it is a change because before we looked at impacts in CEQA based on LOS analysis. And now we look at VMT instead. And so as we move to a local transportation analysis, the network that we look at is smaller than what we used to cast as wide a net for CEQA purposes. But what we will include is we go out as far as a project would have effects on the city network. We would also go out as far as it would have an impact on the congestion management agencies' intersections, those congestion management plan, we call them CMP intersections. VTA would still require us to evaluate those. So it's not a good or bad thing. It is a shift in the way we are allowed to look at impacts.
Yeah, so in the current LOS analysis, frequently you're analysing intersections that are even in neighbouring cities. And so the goal with the MTA is to look more at the local network and to focus on where you have the biggest impact, the biggest effects rather, and what sort of operational improvements can happen in those locations. We don't want to kind of spread it too far. And I think that in terms of it being a good thing or a bad thing, the current LOS analysis is quite cumbersome, and so it would be a simplified version of that in terms of the size of the network that you're looking at.
You made so just one more question on LOS, but you had on the EPC report, it says LOS analysis have been conducted by traffic experts and are expensive. Furthermore, expansive projects have high capital costs and require costly maintenance, monitoring, and repair. So is that just a statement of fact, or what were you trying to convey with that statement?
I wrote that piece. What I meant by the first part is a fact. I mean, LOS analyses, when they're taken on by traffic engineers, they're expensive analyses. They're very, they have idiosyncrasies. They're not easily understood by an average person, even when it comes down to the A through F grade. For the capital cost part, that was LOS impacts are typically mitigated by roadway capacity expansion. And when you continue to expand roadways, those are costs that are borne by the city, and the city has to pay for the maintenance of those roads and all of the striping and maintenance of all that. So that's what I meant about that piece there.
I also would like to note that when level of service was the standard to use for CEQA transportation analysis and impact, the level of service analysis was much broader. It included level of service of all the freeway segments, as well as intersections that went far broader than just the local area, which is why we were talking about things of getting into other cities and so on, because it's CEQA and the cities and Caltrans and others could come and say, you must mitigate your impact of level of service on all of our facilities. If that means contributing to adding lanes to a roadway in another city or something like that, that was something we had to do because it was part of CEQA. When we do the multimodal transportation analysis, we're focused more on a local transportation analysis because we're focused on operationally how are things functioning. We're not interested in adding roadway capacity. That's been a council policy for a while. It's in our general plan. Our goal is a transportation system that operates safely and efficiently. So when we do level of service analysis, we are focused on, do we need a turning lane improvement because the queuing is backing up and blocking traffic? Do we need a new traffic signal, an upgraded traffic signal? And that's on the vehicle side, what we're looking at. And then, again, now we'll start really focusing on even more bike and ped and transit-related improvements. So this is part of what we're saying in terms of it's a more streamlined and a more focused level of service analysis and doesn't need to be as broad as we're required to do under CEQA.
Well, a lot of this background is provided as part of the state's rationale for moving to VNT. So a lot of this is not our personal opinion, but has been part of the state's narrative on moving more towards reducing greenhouse gases and truly looking at a project's impact, because as roadway projects are expanded, they actually have a bigger impact on the environment and a worse impact than if projects had different characteristics. So this is more of a narrative than a staff opinion. We just have provided the narrative for the rationale as to why the state is moving to VNT.
On the next slide, it says meet MTA screening criteria. Is that going to be, the criteria is going to be refined over time, or are they pretty set right now? So your flow chart, it says project meet MTA screening criteria?
Yeah, that would be developed as part of the MTA. So that one that's outside of CEQA. So it would be developed on the handbook.
So you're developing it as we go, and as you go, and so it will probably, when you come back to us, we'll have a much better definition, or the particular criteria then?
Yes. Okay. And I'll just add that, we already do some of the site-specific analysis for projects in the North Bay Shore, and we have a lot of experience doing transportation impact analyses as part of almost all the CEQA in projects. So this isn't an entirely new exercise. It's just going to be a little more focused to the local trip. So we've done this sort of thing before.
We go to slide 13. So if I look at all the circles and so forth, that pretty much gives a large part of Mountain View. So with everything within the outlines is not under review. Am I understanding that correctly?
So,
yes, but it meets certain characteristics.
If I could just delineate those real quick, just so we're super clear. So if development is in one of those areas, in one of those TPAs, it would be presumed to have a less than significant transportation impact under CEQA. So it just wouldn't have to do a VMT analysis under CEQA. It doesn't exempt it from anything else. And that development has to meet all of these 4 criteria. And if it doesn't, it cannot be presumed less than significant. So these are all transit-oriented development principles that have to apply to the project in order for it to qualify or earn the screen. It has to have an FAR of at least 0.75. The project cannot include more parking for use than what is required by the city. It has to be consistent with local plans and Plan Bay area, and it cannot replace affordable units with a smaller number of moderate or high-income units.
So if we just hypothetically took the area along San Antonio, where we know there's going to be more than 1,000 units going in, if we were to use your criteria then when these projects came forward, what kind of effect would that have?
So those projects will be most likely be presumed to have a less than significant impact on VMT, as long as they meet those criteria that I had mentioned.
Okay.
And that's only from being required to do a detailed CEQA VMT analysis. We would still look at other, effects like intersection operations and queuing and safety and multimodal effects through the MTA. They're not getting off by any means easy. They're only not being required to do the CEQA VMT analysis.
Okay. So when moving forward, so the next screen down, on screen 14, we're not going to go through all the screens, everybody, so don't worry about it. The staff has decided that we figure that 30 units or less, we don't need to screen. And so that's more of the liberal side of looking at screening, whereas the OPR is more conservative. And when I was met with staff offline, earlier, I said, why are we going to something that we really haven't perfected yet to be more liberal than not going and go with something more conservative to get confidence in what we're doing and get a track record before we start being too liberal with all the developments that we're going forward?
If I may answer that, we actually did look at our track record for the last 10 years to come up with that average. We looked at all of what we considered small projects for the last 10 years. I think there was one project that was outside, so we removed that. And these are projects that routinely get screened out of CEQA anyway, because CEQA has some categorical exemptions. So we actually used Mountain View data to come up with that. At the state level, you actually have a variety of city types, many of which have very low densities. And so, the state actually, that's why the number is likely low. Mountain View is a little more compact and a little more dense. And so what we consider a small project size that routinely gets screened out of CEQA is about this size, which is why we're recommending that.
And then my last question is sort of, Martin, you'll remember these days from the EPC days, is the cumulative effect of one project built on another project as we go along. And I mentioned on table 6, which was showing the projects and the outcomes. And on Sierra Vista, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, 7 projects on that one street. And individually, they would not be under review. But is there any consideration of taking all those projects at one time to say that basically because they're going to be in it, they'll have no impact on the neighborhood?
So with respect to cumulative effects, if I'm understanding your question properly, Councilmember, each of those projects would be required to have their own transportation analysis. They would all be analyzed individually. They wouldn't be analyzed as a group. And if they each have their own analysis done, we're able to arrive at a conclusion of significance based on each one. So there is, given that we're not analyzing those projects together, they're not built in a group, there's no real cumulative analysis, but taking each in turn allows us to recognize what the impacts would be, if any.
Okay, in the past we looked at projects and we would say, okay, this was going to build, and so if we have these surrounding areas that are built to their potential, we're going to have an effect. So right here, if you don't look at all the projects together, instead of 15 projects, you got 105 projects, and you got all these other variables coming along. How can you accomplish your goal of VMT without looking at how they're all going to be interrelated and affect each other?
Maybe either Rhea or Megan could explain the difference between how LOS analysis is done versus VMT, because I think the VMT model does build in land use.
So I think it's a completely different kettle of fish to LOS. So with LOS, you have 10 projects in an area, and what that does is it puts a whole lot of new trips on a street, and that's where we're interested in what's happening on the street. In terms of VMT, having more density tends to create more destinations within a walkable distance. And so if you look at the per capita VMT for these developments, actually having more will result in a lower VMT.
At the same time, the multimodal transportation analysis will consider cumulative effects. It will do the same thing we were doing under CEQA, where you would have analyzed a project on top of the approved projects already, so you start to see the cumulative effect of adding one project and the other in terms of how your roadway, bike, and pedestrian systems are operating, so we can take it into account there.
Okay, I'll leave the questions for now. Thank you.
Before we go to the second round, I had a couple of questions. So I guess I'm trying to understand the purpose of this. My conclusion is, number one, we're trying to move away from LOS. That's about traffic on street, car traffic on streets, to multimodal through VMT. So I guess my first question is, if we're doing an MTA, or at least a MTA screening, how different is that from the CEQA VMT analysis? Why do we have to do two? As part of, I guess my assumption is the second purpose of this is to streamline the process. So if we're doing an MTA anyway, how different is that from the CEQA VMT analysis, or is it a way to just make it one screening or one analysis?
It's possible that people could do the two screenings both at the same time. Okay. But I think that the MTA screening, maybe I should say it the other way around. So the VMT screening and VMT analysis will not tell you what's actually happening on the street. It will give you an indication of the emissions from the city in general, but it doesn't help with things that we get a lot of complaints about are conditions on the street, conditions for pedestrians, for bicyclists, and for motorists. And so that's why we want to have the MTAs, so that we can take a multimodal approach to looking at the conditions locally on the street. The VMT is more looking at the emissions and how that contributes to the state's goals.
Okay. And then from looking at the heat map, it was very clear that the residential is all green, mostly under the threshold, and then the commercial is the other way. So my conclusion was that this is trying to encourage more housing development. Is that true, or have you seen any maps from elsewhere that show the opposite coloring between the residential versus employment?
Yeah, so that's all going to depend on the reference average that's being used. For example, the city of Sunnyvale is going to have a different reference average than Mountain View, so their maps are going to look different for residential and for office. Cities that aren't as large of job centers as Mountain View might have shorter commute trips. Mountain View seems like to be an international employment hub, so that's why we have long commute trips. So other cities that aren't regional job centers are going to have smaller commute distances, and their employment maps might look green. So it depends on, it's all relative to their reference average. We're not being sort of penalized based on using any of them. We're suggesting use of the 9-county Bay Area regional reference average for residential because it allows the most areas in the city to be green or to be low VMT, which is a means of streamlining residential development.
In terms of other cities here,
Sorry, just to respond to your question, Rhea, jump in after me. You're right. The reason housing shows up as green is because we're more job heavy. And so the reason jobs show up as green is because people, each worker has to travel longer distances than the regional average. And by adding housing, you help to reduce that. So in essence, you're right. Rhea, you had something more to add?
Yeah, so in terms of other comparisons, in San Jose, the map is red all through the hills and through the outlying areas, and then the downtown is green. So it is, quite a different map to what we're seeing here.
Well, I think you mentioned it earlier, the residential average I think you said it does not include traveling to your job. And I guess to me that seems odd because we keep talking about jobs-housing ratio and building housing near the jobs. But if you're not calculating in your residential trip, that trip to your job, which is probably the longest the longest distance you might be traveling, aren't we missing a big piece of the VMT?
Maybe an expert can jump in here, but I think that trip is calculated in the employment number.
Okay.
I can add to that. I know this is definitely something that we've spent some time discussing at Nelson Nygaard and, with a variety of cities, because it takes a while to get familiar with what's on the maps and before it really starts to make a lot of sense. The VMT per capita that's shown on the residential map is illustrating the total VMT divided by the total population in any given area, and that includes all of the trips that people need to make as part of their daily lives. And jobs are one category of those trips, and they are included. But the other things that are considered are trips to the grocery store, trips to school, errands, pick-up, drop-off, kids stuff, like all of that. And so, and that map is showing what the per capita VMT is for trips that start and end at home. Now, when we talk about the employment, the VMT per employee on the map that's illustrating the office threshold, that's illustrating the VMT per employee for any point where the trip to work ends at that location. So if you drop a pin on the map and you say somebody works in a building at this location, what's the typical VMT per employee in that building? Those trips tend to be longer because we're looking at where everybody in that building traveled from, and for all of those people who had to travel by car to get there, that adds up to more VMT. And so there are areas where it's easier to get to work without driving, and those are the places within Mountain View. We see that on the map closer to the transit stations. The VMT per employee is lower on the office threshold map, and within the Bay Area, we see that in job centers that have significant transit access, or where there are a lot of people who live within walking and biking distance, like the middle of big cities where a lot of people live and work in the same city. And in Mountain View, a lot of people work in Mountain View who don't necessarily live in Mountain View. So that's what's being illustrated on the map. But your point about trips to work being part of a household trip is correct, and those are counted, but the difference is that we're looking at how far people travel. So if you live in Mountain View, you might not travel as far for work as somebody who happens to work in Mountain View but doesn't live there. So different numbers, but the idea is that if we can streamline development in the places with the lowest VMT per user, whether that's VMT per capita for residential development or VMT per employee for office development, then we're incentivizing the kind of development that supports the lower below threshold VMT. We do that in Mountain View. We do that throughout the rest of the region and throughout the rest of the state, and that overall brings the VMT per user down, and the total that helps to meet greenhouse gas goals and so on.
Thank you. And my final question then is, when we're looking at which average to use, I noticed staff and I did ask this at the briefing, but I don't think maybe I didn't ask it well because I didn't get the answer, but so when we're using the averages between the Bay Area 9 County versus Santa Clara County, I noticed that we're choosing the average that is a higher number. And if we're actually trying to reduce the MT, shouldn't we be taking the lower number so that we think we, don't screen out as many projects, and we can look at, more mitigation measures for those projects? Or am I reading this wrong?
I'll start by just saying I think staff feels that whether it is residential or office, we should be using a regional number because people work on a regional basis. But we're fairly, I think, agnostic as far as whether you use the 9-county Bay Area region or the Santa Clara. I think our bias is towards the Santa Clara region because I think that probably most reflects, certainly for office, where people come from. And we were recommending the 9-county region to be able to screen more projects out, but if the council wanted us to use, similar to the EPC, the Santa Clara County heat map, we're fine using that as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to Councilmember Hicks.
So my question is actually related to that, and related to, I think Vice Mayor Kamei brought it up as well. So it's about being able to impose conditions on developers. So I understand wanting to screen things out of CEQA because that's cumbersome and do our own more local analysis based on BMT. What I'm afraid of is and this is what the mayor just said, but in different words, I'm afraid as we screen more things out, we have less ability to find the nexus for those conditions. Because I think those conditions have been extremely important, and I want to be able to continue to, have the ability to impose those. And I think the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning also brought this up, that not every office, for example, in the downtown, even though, I guess what they said is larger offices, even if they're near something like a train station or near El Camino Real, the people who work there don't necessarily take the bus on El Camino Real or take the train, which is my experience living here. An office went up down the street from me, and our streets got all parked up. So, and this is what I hear, this is what the Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning folks said when I talked to them, is that that kind of office with, higher income people working in them who may be living probably in Cupertino or Los Altos or whatever, they're not going to be taking the bus or the train. So I want to be able to continue, given that fact, I want us to be able to continue to have the nexus to impose conditions. I want to make sure that by screening projects out, I'm not giving that ability up. So can you provide some explanation on that?
I'll just say that most VMT impacts, you end up mitigating it through TDM or transportation demand management measures, and maybe Rhea, you can help us understand how the MTA can help us get to those TDM measures.
Yeah, so the MTA is what helps us to get the nexus, and it's something that is, we'll have a handbook, it will be spelled out what you need to look at, and so that is the equivalent of like a nexus study for a plan. And I think that the other thing is that the VMT analysis is not likely, it's less likely to give us those sorts of operational improvements anyway.
Well, as Rhea is saying, the VMT analysis is what gives us the nexus. And part of it will be there is a significant queuing impact or level of service because because there's too much automobile trips from that development. So part of the operational improvements or strategies, let's say, aren't just capital improvements such as add a turn lane and so on. It is back to, we will have a TDM program. You need to reduce your trips by this amount in order to have an acceptable impact or effect on our transportation system.
So you're saying there's still ways of making findings so that you can impose those mitigations. Okay.
And Councilmember Matichak?
And just one quick question, and that is, if we adopt a set of, or when we adopt a set of screening criteria, and we have some experience with it, are there any restrictions around changing the screening criteria over time?
I think we want to continue complying with OPR guidance, but within that guidance, I think we'll have the ability to make some adjustments.
Yeah, we will be able to update pursuant to best practice and new information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? So, do we have questions to answer? Councilmember McAllister, do you have questions?
Just wanted to make sure everybody had a shot. So, okay, this is sort of gets to the crux of something for me. So, on page 11 of the staff report, there was the thing about residential is the VMT per capita is lower than the average countywide or 9-county Bay Area residential VMT per capita values. Therefore, if the citywide average VMT is adopted, more projects would be subject to CEQA VMT analysis, which would result in less streamlining of residential projects. In other words, if adopting a threshold based on a more permissible regional average VTM per capita, in this case North Bay County, then the residential project would be required less CEQA VMT analysis, and the process would be more streamlined. What goal are you trying to achieve by making everything more liberal to build office or housing versus what the residents of Mountain View sort of are concerned about is the controlled growth?
Yeah, so adopting a threshold based on one of the regional reference averages we have does manifest in more areas of the city being considered low VMT. So thereby streamlining development of those housing projects. And one of the reasons we want to do that is not so that we don't analyze transportation. It's so that we can analyze the transportation effects from that housing development through our own process, through the MTA.
I'll also add that I think I mentioned this to the mayor as well. Mountain View works with the Bay Area, or rather the county, more on a regional basis. And so our recommendation would be to use one of the regional averages, because whether it's residential or whether it's employment, I think we work more as a region when we look at transportation, rather than just looking at a citywide, because maybe if we were the only city in the middle of nowhere, you would look at it that way, but we do work as a region. So whether it's 9-county or whether it's just the Bay Area, just the Santa Fe County, we would still recommend for both of those to use a regional average.
Well, Mountain View is developing a lot, so I'm mixing development with VMT because it sounds like the way you're saying is it's easier to develop because there's less criteria. And so maybe that's where I'm having a problem separating more permissible, meaning you can easier to develop versus having more criteria. So is that am I going down the wrong path on that? Or?
Well, I think the point is we're trying to assess a project's greenhouse gas emissions ultimately, and whether a project is ending up lengthening trips or reducing trips. by comparing it to some average. If we continue just comparing it to the city average, and OPR actually recommends, certainly for office, not just looking at the citywide, because they recognize that we work as a region, that's probably the better metric to be comparing with either way. So it's not the same thing as we're so used to looking at LOS, which kind of layers development upon development. That is not the way VMT works. VMT basically looks at essentially looking at a balanced land use. So it's a very different kind of analysis. So even if we did screen projects into CEQA and made them go through the VMT, we'll find that many of them will not show significant impact, and you really can't require mitigation.
So on mitigation, a lot of the mitigation you were talking about was doing a TDM.
Typically, if you do find that it has impact, then yes, you would do TDM. But we would be able to require that anyway through the local transportation or the MTA analysis, because we would find that there are operational impacts on the street, and in order to reduce it, they would still have to do TDM. So we have a way to get there with or without CEQA.
But TDM's not, it's still an evolving art of where they go, how they operate. So when do you expect TDMs to really be operational that we're satisfied that? The
TDMs have been in play for many, many years, and I'll say some of our large employers are more successful than some of the smaller ones because they're able to bus people and put a lot of money into those programs. So I think we've applied them in the city for many years. We actually have many of our conditions of approval require TDM programs and monitoring. So it's not anything different than we would be doing anyway.
Well, I know, but right now we haven't really got a robust TDM within the city. I mean, Google, they bring in people from outside the city into Mountain View, and they take them out. But when you're saying if we're adding more housing, making it streamlined, am I missing the dots somewhere along the line that says, okay, the TDM is moving people through in and out of Mountain View or around Mountain View?
So if maybe somebody with technical help can jump in here, but say if you were proposing a housing project in Mountain View, it's entirely likely that you would be improving the VMT because you're providing more opportunities for housing near where jobs are, most likely. So you really wouldn't be requiring TDMs through CEQA. But if it shows that it has some operational effect on the roads and that it is causing some effects on the roads, you would still require a TDM to reduce the effects on the road. For example, you just don't have enough space to lengthen that left turn lane beyond a certain point. The project would, through the MTA, be required to reduce trips. So there's a different way to get at reducing trips for a housing project. In the case of an office project, yes, it would increase the VMT most likely, and through CEQA, it would have to reduce TDM, and then we'll also have to do it through the MTA, and likely a lot of those would be coinciding. So projects that balance the land uses are not required to provide TDMs to CEQA, but they might have to because they're creating operational effects on the road. So it's just a mind shift of the way CEQA allows you to look at it versus the MTA.
Hey,
One of the examples I like to give is you put housing next to jobs so that people don't have to travel as far to their jobs. So you've automatically lowered VMT, even if they all still drive to their job. But now they're all driving to their job, so they're still creating a roadway operational impact, which is why we get that nexus for requiring TDM programs. I think, Councilmember McAllister, part of what also is going on is it's not the TDM that we're measuring when we look at effectiveness and are they doing what they're required to do. It's actually the trip reduction requirement that we put into the project. We basically say, if everybody was driving alone, you'd be producing 100 trips, because 100 people or something. No, you need to only produce 60 trips, and you need 40 of those to be in a different mode. TDM is the strategy they use to get people into those other modes, as long as we provided the infrastructure to support it. And when you measure their trip reductions, their driveways and so on, you know whether their TDM approach is being effective or they need to do more.
Would there be any project that would be denied?
What do you mean by denied?
Yeah, denied. Too big.
Well, I think that would all depend on the project, and the process wouldn't be any different than you are using now, because our findings, CEQA findings stay the same, our permitting findings stay the same, so I think you would use similar. There's nothing different that you'll be doing through this change.
Thank you.
Great. Final call for any other questions? If not, so what would you like our input on this evening? Are there questions you want us to answer, or do we just do general comments on all of your, there's quite a few items, so I guess I just want to try to see how we can.
I think our last slide in the presentation asked for specific comments on the criteria.
Okay.
And so we would like to know your thoughts on which reference average we should be using for residential and office. Ideally, either the 9-county or the Santa Clara. The small project screening, if you agree with the size of projects we recommend, and our approach to the mixed use.
Great. All right, Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, so I'll start. To answer the first question, I would go with what you have on slide 16, which is the proposed approach. If you want to use a unified sort of if you want to use something that's unified, so on the slide it suggests two different ones. I would, just having worked on ABAG, I think it would be tricky to do anything on residential other than the 9-county Bay Area, just in terms of planning to comply with Plan Bay Area 2050, and I know that isn't like a direct line that you draw, but I would be okay using the 9-county Bay Area for residential, and then if you want to use the Santa Clara County county-wide for office, which I think would result in screening out less office projects, which I'd be okay with. I think that's fine. If you want to go with a single, either one or the other, then I think just based on my what I think would make the most sense for residential, which is the 9-county Bay Area, then I'd use that for both. But I'm fine with what you proposed, which is the 9-county Bay Area for residential and the Santa Clara county-wide for office, since I think that will screen out fewer office projects. On the and then a few slides down, I guess on mixed use, I think for now maybe we just proceed with evaluating those each independently. Maybe we can develop a better framework over time as we get used to it. On slide 24, you gave some example project analyses, but I didn't see any, unless I missed it, I didn't see any sort of mixed-use projects that we sort of looked at what the outcomes might be, and that's probably because you're proposing that we do those on a case-by-case basis. But I don't feel strongly about developing criteria for mixed-use projects right now. So if you think handling those on a case-by-case basis initially is the best approach, then I'm fine with that. And then the last question was, I missed the small project screening. I think what you proposed makes sense. RT, what you said about how you came up with the Mountain View numbers, especially in terms of the dwelling unit numbers and our density and what you've seen in the past. I think you said in the last 10 years you've seen one project that might have fallen out of this I think makes sense, and I think staying with 10,000 square foot for the employers makes sense. So, just as a reminder, like for folks who are watching or may not be paying attention, this is a state requirement. Like, this isn't staff telling us let's switch to VMT because it will be fun. It the state has said we're switching to VMT. You need to do it within these parameters, and we're trying to craft a Mountain View specific path forward that allows us to continue to do all the things that Councilmember McAllister and others talked about, which is implement our TDM strategies and ensure that we're getting that office projects and residential projects are mitigating our local conditions. We just can't use LOS alone and CEQA alone or LOS alone anymore. And so we're trying to be creative here and with the MTA and these initial this initial set of criteria to try and ensure that we're complying with state law, but also maintaining our flexibility long term. So I think this is the right path to start. I think, as we mentioned earlier, as long as we stay within the OPR guidelines, I think we can adjust these down the road. And I think this is a good starting point.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to try and turn off my video to see if that improves the audio quality again. So I support the staff recommendations. I think I agree with Councilmember Clark. And I think the way you described it, Don, was helpful. That the VMT analysis would ultimately conclude that the diversification of land use is itself a primary mitigation tool. And the staff recommendation, I think, does a good job helping us achieve the goals associated with VMT mitigation and reducing greenhouse gas emissions and related objectives. And then the MTA, the local analysis, is really where we can help achieve other goals related to traffic operations and that kind of thing. So that's really the more powerful tool, I'm understanding it. And I believe staff is fleshing it, and we'll sort of bring back to us in June with greater detail. That's really where we get a lot of the improvements that I think may be so bold that I think you're talking about, Councilmember McAllister. Really, the MTA, that tool, and not so much the CEQA analysis that will get us the kinds of targeted improvements that we I think we're all interested in seeing. Well, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendations here for screening and for the thresholds of significance. I think the only two things I would suggest are if staff determines it's meaningful, looking at the data around the relationship between affordability and reduction in VMT, and if we can justify it, the data really justify it, having a lower percentage of affordable housing sort of be screened out. So I don't know if that's 50% or 35% or whatever, but that may serve two objectives in helping facilitate residential development, but in particular, perhaps if there's a financial incentive in doing so, encouraging developers to include more affordable units in a residential development. So I'm not spending too much time on that, but I'm interested in seeing what that might look like. And then the only other one is we started talking about the downtown anomaly and maybe some of the challenges associated with the model and the heat map generated from the rest of the city. I think that's more like sort of iterative process. If hopefully staff can come back. Maybe it's not in June. Maybe you need more time, but just some more corroboration or verification that the model's producing, the results that we would expect, and maybe these heat maps are correct. That's fine too. But if staff really feels that the downtown area is an anomaly, and that's coming from quirkiness within the models, I think we need to continue to fine-tune that. And whether it's in June or later, just make sure that we really have confidence in the model that I think we all want to see. Aside from those two things, I'm comfortable with moving forward with what staff is recommending here.
Thank you. We'll go to Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to toggle between my different screens, and hopefully I answer all the different questions that staff is asking for feedback on. So I think my comments will be similar in terms of, generally supporting the direction that staff is going in. I prefer moving in the direction of the 9-county area versus just the Santa Clara County. I'm comfortable with what staff put forward related to the small project screenings and the threshold of significance. I think when it comes to talking about the averages, I think when we're looking at that, I'd rather be a little bit more stringent now, so that we're kind of clear, and there's quite a bit of discussion in terms of making sure that we're still able to leverage resources when we're seeing things come forward to the city project by project. And I think if we're kind of veering into the more kind of stringent territory, that'll be helpful to achieve that. And then the only kind of high-level comment I have is something that I brought up to staff when I had a couple questions earlier, was I think the regional alignment is really critical. It sounds like that collaboration is already happening, but, we do share, I'm trying to remember the phrase that she used, what is it, street network or street landscape. I think just having that's really important, particularly when we're talking about kind of multimodal plans. And I think during the CIP, we were discussing the Stevens Creek Trail extension, and just I really like to figure out and make sure we're taking into account the other kind of city projects and overall kind of city transportation goals as we're looking at this. And, in particular, when we're talking about downtown, recognizing it's an anomaly, but we'll also be looking at the downtown precise plan as well as the downtown parking study. And, what are the points of synergy there when we are, talking about things like going forward with VMT, I think will be really important. So I just want to kind of figure out, as we're adopting different things, how we're making sure that we're thinking about the overall roadmap of the city and the different kind of goals council has and different projects and how they all kind of intersect together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thanks. So, I guess I'm having quite a bit of angst over this, and I'm trying to figure out why, and I think it is mostly because I don't really have the details on the multimodal analysis. So I'm struggling to say that's going to be better than doing a VMT analysis. And so it makes me not want to screen projects out of that VMT analysis because I don't know what analysis is going to be done. So I know you sent a link. We got the answers today to the San Jose model, but I had other things I was working on this afternoon and didn't have a chance to go through the San Jose model. So I'm really struggling with saying it's okay to screen so many projects out. And the area where I have the most trouble is one that, I think there's other questions you might want to ask council,
and that is how do we feel about the TPAs? And that's where I have a lot of concern, because as we just talked earlier this evening, the public transit that is available today, some of those modes were really struggling even before the pandemic, and I wonder what's going to happen to them once we start getting the economy up and running again. And in particular, I would say light rail and buses. So we've already seen a huge contraction in VTA's bus network. We know ridership is going down, going up on the community shuttle, which is great, but that's not even in this. And when it comes to light rail, ridership has been steadily going down. And if the pandemic kind of deals the fate of the underperforming transit networks, and yet we based this on screening them out, I'm really struggling to say that's okay. So I personally don't want to screen out light rail or buses on El Camino. I feel better about Caltrain because a lot of people do go back and forth from the city, San Francisco, that is, city, and Mountain View. But I can't say the same for the buses or the light rail. Also, coming into this tonight was thinking that I'm not sure I want to be more permissive in terms of allowing all these projects to be screened out based upon the heat maps. I'm still struggling with that a little bit, but I'm coming around a little bit. Although I would say that I don't think I would automatically assume that based upon criteria that we have used maybe to say, a mixed use, a neighborhood that has everything you need should be low VMT. I would rather look at it and say, the data is telling me that the VMT is not what I expected it to be. So why is that? Are all the goods and services that people need really available, or are they still using their vehicles? So I don't want to assume that the data is wrong. I want to dig into the data to find out what else might be going on that's causing it to, as some have said, be an anomaly. So I'm not sure where I net out yet on the heat maps, but I definitely know where I net out on the TPAs, and the only one I feel comfortable with is Caltrain. That's it for now.
Mayor, you're still muted.
Sorry about this. Councilmember McAllister or Hicks, do you have comments?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
As you can tell, I'm struggling with this whole thing because I'm on the CM congestion management program through VTA, and so VMT over there is a different deal. It's okay. How efficiently can we put? VTA is taking a bus out of the thing, putting in 2 minivans. So all of a sudden now the new minivans are they doing so? It's a concept. So my thing across to do is be as conservative as possible until we actually get a handle on how we're doing the projects. Staff has gone to more permissible, expecting whatever results, so I'm conservative. I could be interpreting this totally wrong, is that all I see is the way to do VMT the best way is to densify, and that's land use. And I have a concern because a lot of the community is, if I'm off base, offline tell me that I'm off base. I'll let you do that. But it just says, hey, we are going to screen less, therefore it's going to be potentially more dense. To the vice mayor's concern about well, we used to be able to coordinate community benefits by doing some of the projects. Are we going to lose that benefit? So that concerns. To the council members Matichak, BTA had a next network where they cut everything was supposed to be a 15-minute interval. That was the thing, but that wasn't working because it was based on BART, and BART was 2 years behind. So what happens if you don't have those 15-minute intervals along El Camino? Then your premise is gone. When people are talking about the data, from 2015, Mountain View has changed a lot. Artie, you know that because you moved you worked somewhere else. Now you're back and you go, oh my gosh, look at all the new development. So something that's 5 years old, how appropriate is it? So the data to me, and I know you said I was wrong. I still don't think the data is there to really give us what we're looking for, and that's why I'd rather see us go on the conservative approach and everything. On the mixed use and other projects, that seemed fine. I don't have any concerns about it. But the other thing else, go with the more restrictive, more stringent requirements and loosen them up over time that we show that, yeah, we got a handle on it, and it's actually accomplishing the goal we're trying to do.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks, do you have any comments?
I'm muted. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I share a lot of the concerns that other council members have brought up. I could go along with the staff recommendations as named on slide 16 and also the small project screening. I do think that I would like to understand more or whether projects with less. I do think that affordability is key, and I would like projects that have less, because I think that because of our lack of affordability, people are doing mega commutes. So I think that looking at, as Councilmember Ramirez said, projects with less than 100% affordability, looking at that question and fleshing that out more is interesting to me. I think that could well be productive. I also think that the MTA is key, and I agree with Councilmember Matichak that I haven't, really been able to look at that. So I don't know. I'm a little worried that I don't know exactly what we're getting into. Some members of the public have said make sure to get input from the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee on that, so that would be one thing I would recommend. And I also share Councilmember Matichak's hesitancy to lean too heavily on the TPAs, particularly the modes of transit that she named, and particularly because of the pandemic. So that's another thing that I would like to be wary of and, bring back as we examine this over time. Thank you.
Mayor, you're still muted.
I hit it, but it doesn't do. So question number one, I would like to keep it uniform, as we had the discussion earlier, and I support the 9-county average because, as Councilmember Clark mentioned, and with ABAG and even NTC, I think all these issues are really becoming regional beyond even Santa Clara County, and I think we should be looking at where are people going and coming from, and a lot of that travel is really now happening Bay Area wide, not just within our county. I noticed that back in 2014, when I was on BTA, there was data that said 95% of travel commutes are begin and end in Santa Clara County. But I noticed that number has dropped to, I think, about 75%, I think is what I saw. And so a lot of that is just in terms of where building is happening and affordability. But in light of that, I think the 9-county average might be more relevant to this conversation. In regards to small projects, and I'm not totally wedded to this, but I actually was looking at the 25 dwelling units that San Jose had. My question was, why would we want to go higher than San Jose? In light of density, I understand you're looking at what projects come in, but I guess I look at San Jose as a place where there really should be much more densification. And so for our size city to go beyond that, to me, seems more than we need to be doing. So I was going to go with the 25 CU number, but I don't think we actually have a real majority on that, so we can come back to that, I guess, when we do the tally. And then in terms of mixed use, I'm fine with the recommendation, except for, and I brought this up during the briefing, with retail. I guess I feel very strongly that retail is a type of use that we want to continue to encourage. It's becoming more and more challenging, and so to put that criteria that if it increases BMT, to me that seems more restrictive. And so, and my sense is retail would actually help lower BMT as a whole. So can we, make it encourage more retail use to come into the city by not being as restrictive or being able to screen out more projects, I guess. And then I do agree with Councilmember Matichak and Hicks's comments about TPAs, and it's just in light of what's going on right now with transit. And I think, as much as these models and these requirements are important, we also have to measure them against the reality of the situation. And, I know we've been focused a lot on housing, but I think we really need to be focusing on transportation, especially in light of what's happened since sheltering in place. And, of course, I also understand that, as we talked earlier, traffic may change, hopefully will change in a positive direction, but I don't think we can count on transportation, even as is, it was mediocre at best in terms of service levels, and I think for a while we may be seeing those service levels going down, not up, so I wouldn't really put too much weight on the TPAs. And the heat maps too. I still don't really quite get and if it's an iterative project process, and we can continue to refine those maps, and and that's great. I think we should keep pushing to do that. So I have Councilmember Clark.
I just wanted to say I'm fully supportive of if there are ways as we develop these, develop our MTA longer term to incentivize retail in mixed-use areas and additional affordable housing, like Councilmember Ramirez said. I'd fully support that. I don't think we're at the point now where we can develop those. But if it's helpful for staff to hear that as we're thinking through it, then I'd support that. And then I was just going to ask, RT, can you maybe just describe one more time why on the residential small projects treaty thresholds 30 versus 25, was it that you felt that the gap between 25 and 30 would have fallen out anyway, and just based on the history, you felt that 30 made more sense, or maybe you can just explain one more time why you felt that 30 made the most sense in our case?
So we looked at about 10 years worth of projects and looked at projects that were routinely screened out of CEQA for a variety of reasons, and the 30-unit projects seem to be the average. In the case of San Jose, actually, most of their areas where they want to see density are screened out anyway. I think this 25 project criteria applies to areas like in the hillsides, the areas that are outside
that tend to have lower density. And so the characteristics of a San Jose size is different than ours, which tends to be more urban than some of those outlying areas in San Jose. So for Mountain View, these projects would routinely get screened out of CEQA through categorical exemptions. And so we felt that that was a project size that did not need VMT. So just kind of providing a comparison to why San Jose might have used a different number.
Okay, so I'll try to summarize, although I don't think we had responses on every box. So in regards to the averages, and this actually, I had two that said staff recommendation and two that said the 9-county averages, and I had one that said the more restrictive overall on all of these. And then Councilor Matichak and Councilor Hicks, do you have a preference on this?
So I can say so you're talking about the residential and office. So for the office, I was leaning towards the Santa Clara because I thought the reason staff made that recommendation is that large offices, which would be less likely to be screened out. So it was kind of the more conservative, and I think Mountain View needs more housing and not so much offices. Tell me if I'm getting that wrong, but that's why I was going with the staff recommendation for Santa Clara County. I thought it was a little harder on offices and gave us a little more control over it. Am I getting it backwards?
I think so. The 9 counties are a little bit harder on offices.
Yeah, sorry, I realized, just to jump in, I realized after I said that, I went back and looked at slide 10, and I actually, you're right, RT, I got it backwards. Actually, the 9 county is a little bit more harsh on offices, and I got it wrong when I said that. Because 15% below 16 would be higher than 15% below the 13. So, in light of that, I would support doing the 9 county for everything instead of bifurcating it. Sorry if I confused anyone.
Great, thank you. So, Councilmember Hicks, which you can unmute and
wait.
There you go.
Okay. What I thought I was doing was going along with staff's recommendation because I thought they were harder on offices and allowed more residential development. Because that's my intent.
Okay. But it's, I think, the opposite.
Okay, so the opposite of what I said.
Okay. Okay. And then Councilor Matichak, did you have any thoughts on this item?
So I would do the most restrictive. I probably would do something different than where I see the majority going. But if I was going to weigh in on where the majority is going, I would do office at the 9 county. And I was just trying to find the 2 maps for residential.
There's a difference of like 0.6 or so. It wasn't a huge difference between the 2 county versus 9 county.
So let's see. I found residential versus. I had to relabel all of these. Sorry. I would say the Santa Clara County is more restrictive, right?
On residential, it is by like 0.6.
Yeah, so I would do Santa Clara County.
But for office, it's less restrictive.
Sorry, I had already talked about office. I was just talking about residential now.
Okay. Okay. So I think the majority now is, well, I don't think we actually have, it's like there's 3, I count, for the 9-county now, and then we have various configurations. Councilmember Ramirez went with staff recommendation, but Councilmember Hicks goes the other way, and I think Councilmember Matichak, is that the same for you? And then Councilmember McAllister would go for the more restrictive on each. So I don't know how what you want to make make out of this one. I think we're all there's no real consensus here right now. That maybe staff could look at it again and analyze it further, and maybe bring back some more information, or back up your recommendation. And we can.
Yeah, I think on each one we'll look at where the council is and answer any questions that we think need to be answered when we come back.
And I would say the same with the small projects. I don't have a consensus here of the 30 dwelling unit number. So, and then I think mixed use was overall fine. And then the other comments would be to look at affordability versus VMT, and then the TPAs, concerns about using TPAs, and the heat map, and then my one comment about retail.
If I could say something about TPAs, OPR has indicated that without use of that screening, it would be hard to meet the state's greenhouse gas reduction targets. Use of public transportation is part of the calculus that can lead us there through the development of, through TOD and other options there. So I understand that the pandemic is sort of throwing us for a loop, and we will obviously be doing our analysis to see if public transportation is effective when we come back. But if we chose to modify any of the recommendations related to TPAs from OPR, we would have to substantiate that with substantial evidence relevant to the Mountain View context. So just a thought.
I don't think we have a whole lot of discretion on that one. I think it's a conversation we continue to have with the state, and we really don't have any data to refute what the state has come up with. So I think for now it'll have to stand, but I think as we talk to VTA, as we talk to MTC and some of the other agencies, I think we'll be able to refine our conversation accordingly. So on that one, we don't have a whole lot of discretion.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I don't know if this is helpful to staff. I will say it takes a little while to really understand and digest all this, I think, so that might be part of the challenge. We may need another pass at this if you're looking for consensus.
I think we have a surprising amount of, you've been able to absorb a lot of information in very, very little time, so I have to say we're very impressed. And I think we can take the input we have and develop it into a set of recommendations. And if there are any questions to be answered, we're happy to go look at that, and maybe provide you a little more background behind why we're making those recommendations.
Mayor, you're still muted.
Right, there we go. Councilor Clark, you had your hand up and down a couple times.
I'm fine now. I was going to make a suggestion. It's really hard not being at the dais and being able to look other people in the eye and see what they're thinking. I was going to suggest that if you took a show of hands on the the 2050 versus the staff recommendation, or the 30 versus the 25, you might be able to get 4 votes. But it sounds like if staff's just going to come back with more justification and information, that's also fine too. Maybe we don't. That's why I lowered my hand. I figured they can just come back.
Yeah, I think another pass this might help. And then Councilmember Matichak.
Just one quick question. Remind me again when the multimodal will come to council. Will we get that before, since we haven't seen it at all, will we get that before the next pass of this?
We'll bring an overview of the multimodal or the MTA process and analysis requirements, as well as recommended screening criteria for when a project must do an MTA at your June meeting.
And is that before we talk about this again?
It'll be the same meeting where you're talking about it.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
And I'd like to point out that, we do have this July 1st deadline for when we sort of have to comply. And if we do adopt, staff recommended thresholds of significance and screening criteria, or if we recommended, or if we adopted something different from that, we do still have the ability to go back in at a future date and change those. We don't expect these thresholds and these screening criteria to be set in stone and immovable. Definitely, we want them to be responsive to new information.
Great. That might also be helpful too. All right. Anything else for this item? If not, thank you very much. We go on to past 10 o'clock. We just have council staff committee reports to do. Is there anyone opposed to doing that? All right, great. Are there any council reports? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
You may have heard that we had a VTA work study shop last Friday where we were discussing the boring options to go underneath San Jose, and the discussion centered around what BART wanted. It would have cost about $10 billion, and what VTA could afford was the $5 billion single bore versus a dual bore. And it came that you may have heard there was quite a bit of contention between the two departments, the two agencies, of how to accommodate their desires to mesh. And they announced that BART and VTA have come together on the solution for the tunneling underneath the city, and that they're going to move forward with the boring project. So boring, not the board, but boring projects. And it should be somewhere down the road. It's still $5 million. It's still looking for a little bit of money, but with VTA, you're probably looking at maybe 10 years out or so. So it's going to be a large process. This is the first time that consensus was achieved between BART and VTA relatively quickly on trying to decide what way to move forward. So the other things that are possibly up for discussion is, do we need to have a Santa Clara station, maybe save some money, or do we need a railing at the end of Santa Clara to turn the trains around? So that's what we had recently, and we've all seen that we've had a tremendous downturn in VTA. All the ridership is for free now. They are going to be in a financial pickle when things return around, but MTC did give them some money, about $73 million, plus or minus $73 million. I'm not exactly sure, but it was a big chunk of change to hopefully get them over the hump. So that's what's happening with VTA at the moment.
Great, thank you. Anyone else with any reports? I just wanted to report out last week. We talked about the Silicon Valley Strong Fund, and I participated in a call on Friday that actually it was Vice Mayor Chappie Jones from San Jose put together but Mayor Ricardo actually joined in the call, talk about how we could essentially work together more as the region moving forward. They reported that they've raised about $24 million for the fund, but admittedly 75% of that has gone to San Jose. And so I mentioned the comments that Mr. Tom Myers from CSA had brought up about how the funding was being dispersed, or it was originally sent to nonprofits in San Jose rather than being dispersed throughout the county. So I think there was some misconception about what was going on, and I heard from Mr. Myers that the Sacred Heart and Destination Home folks have reached out to him to discuss this further. So I'm hopeful that moving forward there'll be more assistance coming our way. And I did hear, though, that someone mentioned, maybe it was the city manager, that there were about 140 Mountain View residents who've been assisted through Silicon Valley Strong. So the number was much more than what we had originally heard. So I'd say just stay tuned, and hopefully there will be more resources coming to our community. With that, I don't see any other hands. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report?
There is no closed session report tonight.
Great, thank you. So then we stand adjourned at 10:36 p.m. Until the next City Council meeting, which is scheduled to be held on Tuesday, April 28th, 2020 at 5:30 p.m. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good evening.